Happy New Year, everyone. Forgot to do the mic. How is everyone today? Yeah, had a few troubles trying to get my shit organised. Nothing was working. Basically, my computer was actually going really slow. I had to reboot it, and then it decided to update. I forgot about some updates that I hadn't done. So, yeah, damn bloody annoying, to say the least. But, yes, I've only got myself to blame. Yes, most people continue to ignore all the messaging and all that. I've given up on all that now. It is powered by Restream. It does not basically take in your stuff. Or does it? Hold on. Have they improved it? Was that actually the first one? Anyway, that's the first one there. And that was basically quite some distance down, so I missed quite a few, as you can see. So if we can quickly share them, because everybody forgets about Restream. So powered by Restream, so you can't put any of this sort of stuff. Yes, thank you. There's quite a few from Jonathan, from Trouble, from Elizabeth, hellos and Happy New Year's, and Bruce and Richard, and Trouble again multiple times, and about my updates, and Lukey. And then we basically get to this message. So Richard was the first one on the Restream thing. And Lukey, just letting you know. What's a bit of trouble between friends? The only damn thing is I'd expect something to go a bit more smoother in the new year, but nah. Life is never like that. I actually got into Restream just earlier. I had to get back out again. I couldn't actually put my video stuff in. It just, I'm going in, hitting the tab, and it just wouldn't. So I had to literally go out completely and then go back in to make it work. Freaking hell, if things can go any worse, it's, I know, dodgy. Trouble between friends, dodgy. Oh, thanks, Richard. Jonathan. Yes. Tracy, you've been hiding? I heard you're on a bender on the New Year's Eve. I missed it. Damn. HD, good to see you, mate. No. It's bound to happen one of these days. Elizabeth, hello, how are you? And Tracy again. Harut, Happy New Year to you, mate, as well. I feel like I stopped a double-decker bus. You've been told, Mousy. Frankie boys at the Randall Cycle isn't issue if the carbs and fats are of higher quality. It's absolutely zero truth. There's no high quality carbs or lower. All carbohydrates turn into sugar. What a bunch of crackpot opinions. That's not even science. That's just nonsense. That's just complete and utter stupidity. No wonder somebody like Vegan Gains was able to basically make him look like an idiot, because he is a bloody idiot. He's saying that sort of nonsense. High quality carbs. It's energy excess. Has nothing to do with the quality of the carbs or the quality of the fats. But God almighty. How, it's probably the brain fogging that's actually happening from all the glycemic shocks that he's actually sustaining now from all the contraindicated garbage that he's putting down his throat. It doesn't matter, trouble. We all, you should see Richard sometimes. God, when he's caressing his sheep, he sort of really gets excited and the spelling really goes to shit, and so does the language. Oh, Richard. Exactly like that. Exactly. Say no more. Confirmed by himself. Exactly. Uh, it is crazy. It's the pizza and pasta, where Frankie's coming from. Cured Franks get get older after a while. Exactly. Oh yeah, that. Oh yeah. That sort of stuff. Yeah, definitely. Sort of, it's deranging his mind. What can one say without saying too much and getting into trouble with YouTube here? Too much information, mate. Too much information. God. Pre-loved lambs and everything else. Ooh, you're a worry. I mean, I'll just go to Trouble's thoughts on that. Harry, how long does acids can stain the bloodstream? Because Simland says it takes amino acids to not catabolize. I'm confused. OMAD, how long? It's absolute nonsense. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Your taurine basically is a regulator of not only fluids, but also basically of motility in the body. So if your motility is fast or slow, it'll slow it down or speed it up. If you have like a lot of amino acids in the actual, we're talking about food here. We're not talking about supplements. That's a different thing, different kettle of fish. A lot of that will turn into sugar, and a lot of that the body will try to remove from the feces or actually even piss out in the urine because it's coming in, massive quick flux. So and also the bioavailability is much lower. So from supplements, something like 17%, similar to plant proteins. So you really need to get it from food. When you get it from food, like animal foods, it usually is the bioavailability and the utilization is much higher. So that's one thing. Two, those sort of that as the food gets broken down in the stomach, the actual because taurine is used to regulate the secretion of the amount of acid. And as that actually is being regulated and sorted out, the body actually works out the volume of protein in there. And then it slows it down through the small intestine so it can slowly absorb it. It can take anywhere from 6 to 8 hours. That's why when you have a big OMAD meal, you don't feel hungry for hours because you're still digesting after multiple hours. So you're getting small amounts coming in every hour. So the reality is it's a non-issue, you know. Peristalsis can be regulated. So it's just absolute garbage in that regard. Because if that was the case, I mean, I actually said to guys on the Zoom stream, and I actually explained to them, I actually did like a mega amount of food, like a really high amount of protein where I was just stuffing myself. I couldn't get any more. My blood, and I'd fasted for some time to see what would happen. My blood sugar dropped to 3.7 millimoles. Which is, the 4 is that sort of thing that people consider in ours. Need to do the conversion, don't I, in everybody else who's not on the damn metric system. You guys need to get on the metric system so I don't have to do all these damn conversions. Okay, let's find the converter. So we're on the same page. So you understand what I'm saying and why a lot of that sort of stuff is nonsense. Because people, obviously, you have to be fat adapted as well for this to work properly in that regard. If you've got insulin or too much glucose in the system, then other things happen. Where's my favourite site? It is really annoying. I can't find it. I'll have to use this one. Okay, 3.7 is 66.6. This isn't the actual one that I normally use, but it's not coming up in my search, which is annoying, to say the least. So when I actually had a massive amount of because basically you get you get a slight increase in the insulin from the amino acids that are coming in, and then it does drop off. So initially, when I did a test after 2 hours, my blood sugar dropped to 3.7 because that initial, because of leucine, muscle protein synthesis, it'll actually rise slightly insulin, then it comes down, but it actually dropped. But because I was fat adapted, not a problem. I felt energized. Fat was providing the energy. And that was basically where it was. So all this nonsense, real food does not cause any increases in blood sugar. It actually goes the other way. And the amino acids slowly are taken in by the body. It's completely and utter nonsense in that regard. So, yeah. But my ketones dropped from a fasted level of over 3 down to 1.7. But still, I was in ketosis. It, but who cares? If you're constantly eating meat, it'll actually be close to mine. Actually, now sort of moves between slightly 0.7 to slightly above 1. It sort of varies depending on when I last took it, when I was doing experimentation to see what was happening. But the reality is, it's an irrelevant. Go away. Why is this? Hold on. Why is this? Dialogue boxes popping up for no good reason. So yeah, it's crap. It's absolute crap. Our ancestors, that's how they ate. They'd get up in the morning, they'd get a boost in cortisol because they would signal. They'd go out in the sun. They were out actually in the open. So pretty much once they got out of their huts and the sun was coming up, they got the signals of the near infrared and the blue light, and it basically told their bodies it's morning. They got a cortisol spike. That cortisol basically provided them with a bit of that's the dawn effect of getting your sugar goes slightly up, providing you that energy because you're in a low, in a fasted state. Insulin is down, so can't stop it, prevent it. So you actually get this, dawn effect. Now, if you don't go out in the morning, and this is why I say about circadian rhythms, going out in the morning and getting the signaling, you feel sluggish. Until you get out, you still, when people get up in the morning, they feel really sluggish and they sort of mope around the house and all that, sluggish. Had they just walked out the door, got that signaling, got that cortisol spike, they'd be energized. They'd be able to come in, wash themselves, go to the toilet, do all those sort of things and feel really energized. That's what you're supposed to. That's what our ancestors did. Then they went out hunting. They killed an animal. They brought it back. And then in the sort of midday to afternoon, they indulged on eating and feasting and talking about their hunt. That's what they did. And then in the evenings, they sat around a campfire, and then eventually they went to bed. And they got the signaling, that infrared, as the sun comes down, that signaling that basically to increase melatonin. That's how it works. And basically, people were consuming 1 or 2 meals a day. That's the reality of how people, and they really indulged in that, and the body will slowly digest all that. It's been doing it for a very long time. I don't see why the problem is now. Even up until very recently, agriculturalists were doing 2 meals a day. They were waking up in the morning. I know, I worked on a farm. You go very early in the morning because it's too hot to work in the sun. So you actually work until mid-morning. So you go early to bed, you wake up, very early in the morning, and you go down to the farm. You pick, because I was helping out my auntie picking tobacco, and then after that, you by the midday, 10:30, 11, you're back in the village. And actually having your first snack. At that stage, you have a snack, like you'll have some sort of drink or a snack or whatever, and then you'll have a meal where everybody will sit around and basically talk. And then in the mid afternoon, having a coffee and something like that, you'll basically just do some of the work. All the tobacco that you've collected, you'll actually put it. You'll run it through the machine that actually needles it. It's a needle threading. It's like a sewing machine that sews all of it together, and then you hang it and it dries. But that's back in the 70s and 80s they were doing that. But the thing is, then you have an afternoon evening meal, and that's pretty much it. And it's a lot, it's not a heavy meal. Farmers, city slickers, yes, they ate more in the evenings, but farmers, no, they actually, their lunch was the biggest meal. And then, and only in celebrations, or if they had guests or name days or whatever, they would do anything a bit more fancy in the evening. So people have been doing this sort of stuff for a very long time. Just because city slickers have learnt 3 meals a day and all this other bullshit for the last 100 odd years or 200 odd years or whatever, that's not the way humans have been living. So this constant eating and constant, it creates oxidative damage. What do you think happens in your mitochondria? You create reactive oxygen species. Obviously, if you oxidize fat, you create less compared to carbohydrates, but all food creates some damage. All food creates. You're not supposed to be eating constantly, and you're supposed to have your blood sugars fairly low most of the day, and your insulin at a more lower stage, not continually spiking it. It's just ridiculous. And the best food that can actually do that is protein. Eating protein, a big protein bolus, and actually going. So, very important. So it's absolute nonsense what he's saying. All this sort of stuff, Yes, if you your body basically, as it's digesting all that protein over many hours, real food that is, not fake food, real food, you basically are actually building tissue. You have to basically have, and you're not, this sort of, you're only in the catabolic state if you have not enough nutrition for the day. If you have insufficient nutrition, then you're in a catabolic state. Otherwise, you're not. So you don't have to constantly eat to basically be in a non-catabolic state. I mean, that's just ridiculous. Your body's not that stupid, and it basically provides a peripheral resistance to prevent catabolism, because you're using your own body fat if you're not basically eating. So when you eat food, you store part of that fat. You don't use it all in that moment. You'll eat and consume some of the fat, and you'll use some of the fat, but the remnant chylomicrons go back to the liver, get exported out as VLDL, and end up as LDL, and eventually go back to the adipose tissue. Some of it gets stored, and basically the body works out how much does it need in the system. And this is why LDL goes up, because when you're not eating and fasted, your LDL goes up because you're actually pushing out more boats, of triglycerides. That's your energy. You're not energy deficient. You're only energy deficient if you basically throw in some carbohydrates at that moment, and then basically shut down hormone-sensitive lipase. and basically are not able to access, and then you're going to lack of energy. But that's only people that do nonsense things, well, like adding carbs. Otherwise, it's a non-issue. As long as you're getting sufficient protein for the body to function, and you've got a certain amount of energy coming either in or on your body. Obviously, if you don't have enough energy on your body, you're slim, you should be eating more fat. You should be consuming more fat, in that regard, because you need the extra. Your body will tell you, you'll feel hungry. You won't feel satisfied. That means you need to add more fat to that meat. So, g'day, mate. How are you, mate? Yeah, there's far too much, as I was saying before, there's far too much reductionism out there. As if, the Inuit and all these other populations, or the Samburu that have been eating massive amounts of protein, like the Sand people of the Kalahari, the Cordain that did all the some of the research on them, 3.92 grams per kilo body weight. These people are actually eating massive amounts of protein, even compared to what people are doing in this country or in any country. So it's just nonsense, absolutely nonsense. my New Year's resolution towards you. God. So fasting for a long time takes energy from fat. Unless you actually run out of fat stores, that's the only time you're going to basically turn protein to energy. Pretty much protein, a bit of alanine in particular, which is a gluconeogenic amino acid. So some alanine, some glycerol will be used by the body for sugar, demand driven. But it won't catabolize. If you've got enough energy in terms of fat, it's not going to catabolize. It's not going to use aminos, and it's not going to catabolize your muscles if you don't have enough aminos. That only happens in vegans because basically they are running on a sugar deficit because they're not engaging the Randall cycle, so they can't fatten up, and they're basically in energy deficit, especially the fruitarians and people like that, and they end up catabolizing because they can't access fat in an efficient way. So, because they don't have it in their diet either. And so they just basically rip themselves, and then eventually they start ripping their muscles. No different than, starving people in Africa in the past did. Same thing. You basically deplete all your fat stores on your body. Then the body goes into this really hyper hungry, hyper, state. You really know because you're in this sort of very strange, deranged sort of state of hypervigilance and all that. You're looking for anything you can eat at that stage. That's when you know you're in this sort of state of, tearing down your own tissue. And you can see it in the vegans. They become, especially the fruitarians, they become deranged towards the end. So it doesn't surprise me. They really lose the plot in every single way. So if you've got enough fat stores, it's an irrelevancy. The guy did 386 days. As long as you're getting the cofactors, that means the minerals. You don't need fat-soluble vitamins. You release those from your fat stores. You only need basically minerals and B vitamins as cofactors for enzymatic catalytic, as cofactors for the enzymes to do their job, to break things down, to build things and do all that sort of stuff. That's basically how it works. So yeah, it's pretty much a complete and utter irrelevancy that. So, our prime energy is fat, and secondary for certain processes is. I'm fully recovered now, Uncle Harry. Thanks for your help. Not a problem. Yep. So Hello Kitty got the information to you. Good. For those on a carnivore and having skin issues, what are good products, probiotics to help the gut microbiome, especially in these skin issues? Thank you. Don't eat fiber, basically. If you don't want to have skin issues, don't eat fiber because it actually deranges your gut microbiome and your digestive system. It's actually worse than basically, the past, in the days when people had a lot of animal foods, 2/3 animal foods, and a bit of starch here and there seasonally, and a bit of sugar as fruit seasonally. What do you think kids hate fiber? It's really bad for your gut and your microbiome. All this shit that actually, you know, I haven't done the video yet because I was too busy. I haven't actually even looked at people's emails. So do apologise if I haven't replied to your emails or I haven't looked at anything. I've just basically had a bit of a break and done a bit of Zoom with some of the guys and chatted a bit and just had a relaxing week. I just needed it to just unwind. After all, I am on holidays. So yeah, next week I'll get back into it and start pumping out some of these videos there, and you'll actually understand what I mean. So when you're looking at skin health, fat soluble vitamins are the most important for skin health. Retinol, MK4, and also another one that actually helps a lot with skin issues is niacin. What do you find niacin in? Products like pork and tuna, seafood, and those sort of things. So get those, eat those sort of things, and things will improve in that regard. But as I said, don't go excessively. You have to be careful with fat soluble vitamins, not to go crazy on them. So, but if you're getting some fats and stuff like that, you're good to go. Takes time sometimes. Taurine is another thing that helps. So you can supplement a bit of that, and that will actually help with that as well, because it actually does have a sort of an antioxidant effect, and sulfur depletion can actually age the body. So it's another aspect that most people are unaware of. And if you've had a inappropriate past diet, there's a lot of stuff that's actually depleting sulfur, like oxalate and stuff like that. That can be an issue in itself as well. And also people's environments can actually deplete their sulfur. So there's a lot of factors that are at play. You can minimize that by basically taking a bit of extra choline as a supplement, or eating more eggs, because the choline, that will methylate away some of this stuff. So, like xenoestrogens and a whole lot of other stuff in that regard. Harry, are you familiar with Dr. Barry Tan? No. Who promotes tocotrienols the last few years. Now he's talking about GG, interesting molecule, but little data at the moment. Yeah, look, there's very little data on GG, so I'm reluctant to basically take a clear position on it yet. I'm doing a bit of research, but but I forgot all about it and probably should go back and look at it. Tocopherol, tocotrienols, you need when you look at a vitamin E complex, tocotrienols should be the larger part of it. So when you actually look at palm oil, like that Jarrow one that I recommend, that low dose Jarrow, that has a very it only has a very small amount of tocopherol, because you don't need a lot. And your glutathione and your intracellular antioxidants can actually, especially glutathione, will recycle it in a low carbohydrate state, so you don't need much. And you shouldn't actually have much, because there are some research there are observational research that show some negative effects in high doses. So, it's probably not an advisable thing, because it can turn as a pro-oxidant. Like vitamin C and vitamin E in large amounts can turn into pro-oxidants. So they're not a very good thing to use as an antioxidant. Stay in a low carbohydrate state, so you're not competing at the GLUT4 receptor for vitamin C, and maintain a good glutathione level, because if you're eating a species appropriate diet, you'll get the nutrients that build up your glutathione. Selenium is another important trace mineral that plays a role there, and a few other aminos. But that's a sort of even taurine plays a bit of a role with glutathione. But anyway, that's going beyond the scope of what I'm trying to talk about. But tocotrienols, you'll find them in a mixed complex of vitamin E, like from palm oil or something like that. You don't need an actual supplement necessarily in that regard. You will find tocotrienols in a number of animal foods, like eggs, as well. So if you eat extra eggs, you'll get additional tocotrienols and stuff like that. So it's, and if you're in a low carbohydrate state, your body usually recycles, because the glutathione electron dones back to the tocotrienols and the tocopherols, the different elements that make up the vitamin E complex. So they have different lengths, and these different lengths will burrow into the actual cell membranes at different, so, and if, as long as you've got glutathione there, basically electron doning and stabilizing and recycling those, you're fine. You're good to go, really. You don't really need so much supplemental. I mean, it's, yeah. And, yeah. And GG, I'm still not on the fence, but I'm still looking into it. So, a lot of people talk about a lot of things. There was something similar. Somebody asked me about a certain compound, but I won't go into it. I want to make a little video on that in terms of cancer, and I sort of looked at the literature. And so while it does go down in the amount when you're basically in a cancerous state, it doesn't actually mean that by putting it back as a supplement that it's going to fix the problem. They have actually done some research back, can't remember now whether it was it the 90s or whatever, and they actually found that there were some people that actually went into remission, other people that got worse. So they may have had a placebo effect, but didn't really seem to basically dramatically affect everyone in a dose-dependent way. So, so maybe, but that's a reductionist approach, because it's, if you've got an electron, the electron chain is actually damaged by a lot of deuterium. It doesn't matter whether you put this compound in that reduces as a physiological response to this changed physiology when you're in a cancerous physiology. Putting it back why would it make a difference when your electron chain is still stuffed and you can't basically produce enough energy to turn down the oncogenes is beyond me. So it doesn't really make sense in that regard. So, and it doesn't, and unless somebody can show me a mechanism that it actually prevents cell proliferation in any way, like I can show certain enzymes do that, but I can't show that with this substance. So, don't know, but I suspect it's probably woo-woo stuff, or yeah. So yeah, I'll look into it, but a bit more at some stage, but probably it's not a priority at the moment. And don't waste your money until you're sure. Combination of too much alcohol, uncooked pork had me very unwell, and I'm guessing my blood glucose dropped massively. I made a dent in the floor with my face. Never eating pork again. Ha ha ha. Yeah, blaming the pork for all that alcohol abuse, my dear. Yes, yes, yes. Somebody needs to get a piglet to give you a bit of a spanking. I think Richard could actually provide you with any animal you require. I better catch up on this. Luckily, nothing was broken. About gluconeogenesis, a doctor in Mexico said can become insulin resistance by cutting carbs. That's peripheral resistance. That's actually a good thing. It's a protective mechanism so you don't break down your muscles. If you don't have enough glucose, you have to actually create peripheral resistance so you can provide the glucose just for the brain, the red blood cells, and a few other parts of the body that require a bit of glucose. That's why. It's a protective mechanism. It's not insulin resistance. It's actually basically peripheral resistance at the cell level where basically lipolysis is taking all the free fatty acids in the fats and using them for energy. There's no resistance. True insulin resistance is when at the cell level is when the actual cell takes no energy in because of the Randall cycle activation. Peripheral resistance is a glucose sparing system. It spares glucose for the brain, for the red blood cells and other things. That's what it does. The guy doesn't understand what he's talking about. And then glucose neogenesis is basically demand driven. The body will actually provide as much as the body requires. So I think he needs to go back and read some physiology books because he doesn't bloody understand basic physiology. If that was the case, people who are fasting would die. You know, So it's ridiculous. If you get the nutrients in and you've got the energy in and the nutrients in, the cofactors and all that, your function, that guy that actually lost 386 kilos, that Scottish guy that was 386 kilos, what am I saying? 386 days, which he was morbidly obese and actually trying to remember his weight. Can't remember his weight anyway, and came down. He basically only needed those the electrolytes and the cofactors primarily. He didn't lose any muscle. The body was just using all his fat as energy and creating glucose as well from glycerol. So the guy is actually, there's photos of him. He looks slim, trim, and muscular. It's ridiculous. It's only when you spike insulin, when you're a vagoon and you're eating a low-fat diet, that you can, if you're not getting enough sugar in, you can catabolize your muscles. It happens to all vegans. They all know it. Everybody's done the vegan diet has had that experience. So that's why when Walter Kempner did the low-fat diet years ago, back in the 1930s, he used to whip his patients to make sure that they ate enough sugar so they wouldn't catabolize their muscles. So, I mean, this guy doesn't even understand basic physiology that goes all the way back to the 1930s and 20s. God almighty. No, he's stupid. He's a moron, like many of the other ones out there that only allopathics that only understand basic things and forget it because they just pass the exam and then they move on, and then the only thing they really get trained in is drugs and surgical techniques. They can't remember most of the other stuff. And I know some doctors that are in my family, and they go, "Oh, I must have done that in physiology, but I can't remember. It's years ago," because that's not what they specialize as physiologists. But they still have to do it, but they all forget it. They learn it by rope, memorize it, do the exam, and then pretty much move on to the things that they use for their jobs, which is basically pharmacology and surgical techniques. As long as someone else came off worse, right? God almighty. Don't wish that on other people, Richard. You shouldn't be doing that. The other person could be somebody, a loved one, apart from the floor. Everybody's concerned about the floor, not Tracy. Oh, God. Friends like this, Tracy, who needs enemies? Oh, is that the basis? Uh, oh, yeah, it's a plant, isn't it? The flooring. Uh, you got to cook it, my dear. You got to cook it. Don't blame that because of your negligence, because you're intoxicated. uh, Animal privilege floor has always kept underfoot. Mm. Nothing to do with the alcohol. Oh, vegetable police. Turpentine purges. Give it a turpentine purge. What is that guy doing nowadays? Oh, God. People have got all sorts of ideas. I took a short bread to eat before bed to prevent dropper. I forgot to eat them. You're not doing that sort of stuff, Tracy. Too much fibre. God. G'day, Neff. Good to see you, mate. Happy New Year to you as well, mate. Always a pleasure to have you here. For recovering chemotherapy patients for leukemia, are there any recommendations to help with the side effects of low WBC and chemo? Look, I usually recommend people that are doing chemotherapy, while they're doing chemotherapy and even after, is basically alpha lipoic acid and taurine is but remember the taurine thing, the blood pressure thing? If you're going to increase taurine, you've got to lower the blood pressure meds always. Just a reminder, because some people forget that important thing. But taurine is chemoprotective. I actually did in my one of my videos on cancer itself that there is information on the chemoprotective properties of taurine. So yes, you should have, this person or whoever was going through this should have been using a low carbohydrate diet and taking basically taurine while they were doing it. And after they do the taurine, you don't take alpha lipoic acid until after. So because our alpha lipoic acid is a potent antioxidant, and we don't want cancer using it to basically protect itself. So, but if you've done damage, you may need it, but only if you're in a state of remission, the person. Otherwise, just stick to the taurine. So it's really important because taurine will fix up a lot of the damage that's probably been done in that regard. So I'd try and get myself up to about, Happy New Year, Jared. Good to see you, mate. I'd try and get myself up to about 5 grams. But as I said, always it lowers, because you could actually have a small amount of meat and get about 300 milligrams. So you can have quite a bit, and you'll only get, if you have quite a bit of meat, you'll only get about close to about 1 or whatever. You at excessive amounts of meat, you may get up to 2 grams. Once you go up to those levels of 3, 4, 5, it has a profound effect on blood pressure. If your blood pressure is low, it'll raise it. If your blood pressure is like really extremely low, if your blood pressure is high, it'll bring it back to normal. So it has that effect because it's an osmolyte. It balances out the fluids and the electrolytes. But the downside is you could pass out, or even worse, go into a coma if you're on very high amounts of blood pressure meds. So always reiterate and remind people, if you're going to do taurine at higher than 1 or 2 grams, you must adjust your meds if you're on meds, or any person that you're recommending it to. You must ask them the first question: are you on blood pressure meds? Before you recommend any sort of taurine to anyone. So remember, do not get them into a trouble situation. But that's the thing that I would do. I'd also go and look at my videos on senolytics to basically kill off, like the fisetin, kill off some of those deranged cells that the chemotherapy is dealt with. Now they're in a senescent state. Some of that stuff that's actually around the cancer location, you need to kill that off so it doesn't go cancerous and you don't have a relapse, or the person who you're talking about. So really important. Go and see the fisetin thing as well. Anyway. They probably are, Trouble. They probably are. Richard's probably sent them over. You should be able to hear them from a distance going, bah. Anyway, also, Slimland said, we have to eat more meals to create protein synthesis. No, it's garbage. If you eat small portions, you don't spike. You don't have enough of a leucine bowl, because leucine, you remember the video that I did? Go and look at it. Go and look at that video. Of the muscle protein synthesis. It's leucine. Leucine is the driver. If you don't get enough leucine in the system, it doesn't matter if you have small little bits of protein, you're not going to get the effect. Protein synthesis only happens due to leucine. Even in a fasted, you could be completely fasted, and I give you leucine, you'll have more protein synthesis than this guy's probably getting. So yeah, a lot of people have all sorts of strange ideas. Now, if you're packing the meals very close, like every 2 hours or something like that, like protein every 2 hours, it's no different than having a big meal or having small, but you get a better result in the long run, because you sustain, rather than actually sustaining, let's say every 2 hours you take, some protein in, you're not going to actually sustain as well protein synthesis. You'll actually get a bit more protein synthesis by eating a bigger protein meal. So it's the old bodybuilders. If you take a look at the old bodybuilders that are really jacked up, have got really big muscles. What do? They actually spike with massive amounts of leucine and branched chain amino acids and stuff like that. All these protein supplements. Why do they do that? You think they do it for a joke? No, and they eat shitloads of protein when they do that. It's been well known. So, just because somebody says like that, I look at the traditional bodybuilders, what they've been doing for years. They used to eat shitloads, steak and eggs. I remember one guy used to just sit on a big table and eat just, 5 or 6 steaks with a whole lot of raw eggs at the same time. Cartons of raw eggs and big steaks. He was a monster. So it's protein, it's leucine that drives muscle protein synthesis, not little meals. You need more leucine in each meal to basically drive muscle protein synthesis, even in a fasted state if you're supplementing. The research is there to be seen, Elizabeth. Do not listen to these people. Some of you, look, Sea Lamb, or whatever his name is, Simland, or he's not too bad when it comes to some of the fasting protocols. He's got really some good information on fasting. So somebody actually sent me some videos, and I actually looked at him on the fasting and some of the circadian rhythms. He's not too bad on those things. Not all his information is bad or wrong, but on this sort of subject, he's wrong. To be recommending those sort of that sort of constant eating, constantly spiking your insulin. You need to basically raise your insulin, and then that's a signaling molecule to tell your body there's massive amounts coming in, start muscle protein synthesis. You don't need to continually spike your insulin to achieve it. It's a signaling molecule. Even in a catabolic state where your glucagon is high and your insulin is really low, you're still, if you drive only leucine into the actual body as a supplement, you will raise muscle protein synthesis. I've done the video on it. You do not require insulin, constant little spikes of insulin all day with doing that. No, you only need a big signal to send, and then the body knows there's a whole lot of stuff coming through, and it will slow down and absorb it over a number of hours. And that's how it's supposed to work. Gary, good to see you, mate. Always a pleasure, mate. Oops. Less competition for Oh, that's true. That is very true. That is very true. Is Simland mostly OMAD? Then why is he recommending this other bullshit? He's actually doing an OMAD diet, and he's actually recommending small meals, multiple meals to other people. God almighty. Talk about contradiction. Thanks, Barbados. Yeah, I thought he probably did build his muscles that way, because that's what somebody else told me as well, that he was doing OMAD for. He's been doing OMAD for some time now because he does a lot of time restricted feeding and fasting, and he does these big OMAD bowl. So yeah, exactly. That's why I was confused, because that's what the old bodybuilders used to do. They had big, that they'd had massive meals. So yeah, what can one say? Yes, there's always trouble around. Hello, hell with a name like Mickey Mouse. Indulging in the fungi family of foods. You don't wanna ask him about that. Sorry for my question here. No, no, that's okay, not a problem. But if I fast for 5 days, for an example, where does the body takes the amino acid to repair? I don't recommend people actually fast. If you fast for a long period of time, you will lose some muscle. It's a reality, you know. So you will turn over some cellular, you know. Um, so you basically, because remember, the body's actually breaking down tissue all the time. Because especially if you're exercising as well, movement or stuff like that, you'll be doing that. uh, Thanks, Richard. Thanks, Richard. Not a problem. You're welcome. I'm glad you did. That was the whole purpose. I gave Richard most of the time the hosting rights. So Richard actually ran the Zoom session, and that's why I announced it a number of times. And so everybody thank Richard, because he did a fabulous job keeping it going for a whole week, and it allowed people to drop in and say hello to people, and and have a bit of company through this holiday period, because sometimes people are away from families or distant, or other, and it gave them an opportunity to interact with like-minded people and talk about all sorts of interesting issues that on the YouTubia, unfortunately, we're very much censored in talking about in many regards. So yeah, you're welcome, mate. Um, Thanks for the dosh. Oops. And yeah, so obviously, you shouldn't exercise while fasting. I don't exercise at all. If I'm fasting, no exercise whatsoever. You know. Now, in a time restricted fashion, I will exercise before in the morning, and then basically have a meal later on. Bar today, which I don't on the weekends. But on the other, at least 3 to 4 days a week, I'll do some exercise in the morning in a fasted state. But that's different. But you're not going to lose any tissue that way. And then you basically take a big bolus of food, and you build up. You repair and build up that muscle in that regard. So you actually, so that's how. But if you're doing a prolonged period of things, you don't want to be doing a lot of practically no exercise. When I do a long fast, I don't do any exercise whatsoever. Bit of walking, that's about it. Nothing else in that regard. So, but if you want to biohack sort of a fast, you could actually do like a 24-hour fast, and so once once a day, you could basically just take a leucine supplement. And what you'll do is you'll temporarily spike, but you'll actually push a bit of muscle protein synthesis happening in that period. Go and check that video that I did, and you'll understand what I mean. So that's a sort of a biohack where people can do what I call um, I've dubbed it. It's probably not the right language to use, but I've dubbed it as dirty fasting. So dirty fasting, where you throw leucine in, like 6 grams of leucine into the system while you're fasting to force a whole lot of muscle protein synthesis. And you do that at right in the middle of the day. You don't do it at night. You don't do it in the morning. You don't do it. You do it right smack at about 11 o'clock. You do it at the point where cortisol is the lowest, and you whack it in there. So to force that additional muscle protein synthesis, that's what you do. So that's called dirty fasting, as I've dubbed it. It may not be the most appropriate word, but it actually can help with your fasting. So that was a good question, actually, because that helped me actually go there. Oh, Neff, thanks, mate. Appreciate the dosh. I think they are 200 Norwegian coronas, I believe. Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. You're welcome, and Happy New Year. Now, I'll leave that up there until I can find the other one. Oops. I'm getting Happy New Year presents this year, so that's a new one for me. That's the thing, when you get at my age, nobody buys you presents anymore. Consider you too old. I think the only person that actually did give me something was the old man. He said, "Here, have a drink." That's about it. Oh, sheep. I get I get is cold. Is that wrong? Too much information, Richard. People will start talking. Keep asking us. No one finds your questions at all. No, we don't. And where I get a bit animated, Elizabeth, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with the person that I'm getting animated towards, just to make that clear. That's all it is. So a little mushroom now and again is nice. Depends how magical it is. Oh, God. Oh, yes, and a bit of love. New Year's love. That's it. Is the ideal 4 grams of glucose in your blood equivalent to monitor is okay level. Should we, for 5 or below, much appreciated. I actually, I've got it over there now, but I actually showed after my indiscretions where it was 5 points, what was it, 5 point something, and then it came the next day it was 4.7, but obviously I hadn't eaten and it was basically midday when I did it and actually showed on the Zoom. But pretty much to Sammy from UAE Biff, I showed him the time and I go, yeah, look, you should come back in that regard. In the morning it can rise a bit, but I wouldn't get too wound up on basically, and this sort of, there's so many grams in the body. It depends on the body. It's not really, people say 4 grams in the body or 5 grams in the body or this. It's not really that, Gary. I mean, it depends what size you are. How big are you? If you're a really big person, the grams are going to be slightly more. If you're a very small person, like a child, or, your grams are going to be less. It's not, this sort of, how many grams do you require to create that sort of level of millimole is going to be different between you, me, and anyone else. Women, men, sizes, all this sort of stuff, because you have different glycogen storage capacity. All humans are very differently sized in many regards, so it can vary quite a bit. That's why we don't go on the amount of grams. You basically, if you really want to know what the effect of a certain amount is for your specific body, not for mine or somebody else's, but for your specific body, you need to test. So be in a fasted state, you take something, a certain amount, and then 2 hours later you test and see, where am I? Half an hour, 1 hour, 2 hours, to see, because it depends on the carbohydrate source, that it may have a very different effect compared to another. So you need to do that test to see where's your highest point, to sort of gauge what effect does that have on you in those terms. So yeah, that's sort of a variable. You'll get a variable result depending on your body composition and size. I had some steamed mussels today. Sounds great. I cooked it, and Dad ate them as well. We had tested that it's quite a tasty meal. Yeah, it is. It is. Have you ever tried also mussels and putting eggs in it, like beating an egg, and then putting some water, warm water from the actual mussel soup, into the egg, and getting it to the same temperature so it doesn't actually coagulate, you become all hard, and then put it in and mix it into the actual, it's really nice. And if you put it in a bit of butter as well, perfect. Gives it a nice creamy, eggy, creamy combination. Got to play around with your food. Get some fun. Only when she has alcohol. Yes, yes. We won't be seeing Vagoons anymore. On this channel now, the only people who can actually put comments are people who subscribe. So from there, it's a New Year resolution. Only subscribers will get their questions answered. So the goons can put questions if they like, but they're not going to get any time on this channel unless people are subscribed. Now, if the goon decides to subscribe, that's fine. I don't mind answering their questions if they subscribe to me. That's fine. Not a problem, Barbados. But yes, I lost muscle on the plant paradox. Who wouldn't? It's really funny. The contradictions of that man is beyond a joke. Somebody actually told me recently some of the other stuff that he was talking about, when it comes to vitamin D and stuff like that. And he was talking about this sort of stuff. And I'm going, hold on. Do you realize you need cholesterol for all the hormones, including vitamin D? So it's really, really funny in that regard. And a point that I actually made on the Zoom thing that you guys may find interesting, if you get this sort of bullshit from other people out there. If you take a look at there was an Indian study where they actually gave people, I've talked about the injectable vitamin D that they gave in the Spanish studies, the 2 Spanish studies they did. The first one, and then they did a follow-on, and that actually showed basically the vitamin D injectable in the actual form that the body can actually store, which is 25-OHD. So it doesn't have to be converted in the liver or anything like that. So you don't need cholesterol because it's already ready to store. Now, obviously, you shouldn't be taking that as a supplement because you could actually that's when you can actually get a problem. When you take in vitamin D either from the food, from the sun, or from a supplement, and you don't overwhelm the system, you should technically not have really much of a problem. You really have to go extremely high before you get into any trouble. But the thing that he actually said was, and I go, because they talked about some other studies and stuff like that, but what they didn't actually say is they didn't understand the stuff, because I was talking about all this sort of stuff and say, oh, if you take a supplement, it'll take longer to convert it and all that. Yes, it will, but there are other factors at play as well. One thing these people don't understand is that you need cholesterol to create vitamin D. And if you don't, and also you need a liver that actually is functional properly, because it'll put a carboxyl group on that to turn it into that storable form. So without that, without the oxygen, hydrogen to be added to it, not going to work. It's not going to turn into the actual stored form. So when you do that, which I think is OH plus or whatever, but anyway, when you do that, it basically, then will make it into this form that actually can be stored and then converted by the kidneys. Now, a lot of these people are on statins. That's why some of these studies in North America, the vitamin D studies that they're doing and all that are not working, because basically you're suppressing the ability for the liver to convert it, because you're suppressing cholesterol with a statin. The statin is the problem. But in poor countries like India, where there's not much statin use because people are poor, they can't afford them, and there's no the cost of medicine is really prohibitive. It's only available for wealthier people to take statins. In those sort of countries, what happens is people don't have a problem, doing the conversion in their liver or producing sufficient cholesterol. Voila. There, where they gave them 20,000 IUs in India, only supplemental, they had a significant effect between the placebo and the non-placebo group and the intervention group. But in a whole lot of these other countries where they either give them lower dose or not, or just slightly, in those 10,000 or dose or whatever, most of these people are elderly, and we know most of the elderly are on statins. Another thing that I sort of thought about, and I go, yeah, well, that's obvious. Another reason why these things don't work, why the studies in America, Europe, and all that are not working, not giving the same results. It's not that they're being done any worse or any better. It's because they're not taking into consideration the confounding variable, which is fucking statin use, which is endemic amongst elderly. That's why they're all going demented and don't have much down there happening for them either. Yes. God, I'm going to be a king when I end up in a nursing home, loved by all the women, because I'll be the only one not on statins. Let's move on before I say too much. Yeah. I have had too much pork during the Christmas. Had to get some beef today. Fair enough. I've had all sorts of things. Varied. I've had so much bloody meat, pork, lamb, and quite a few lamb chops. Even yesterday, I had 1 pork and 2 lamb chops. And I was trying to say, look, not to have a lot, in that regard. But yeah. I'm actually thinking of going seafood today, but then I looked at the bacon and I go, I'm having bacon, aren't I? Yeah, I'm having bacon today. There's a big slab, about half a kilo of bacon. I'm having you today. So right after this live stream, I'm having my bacon, and then I'll go for my walk. Anyway. Excessively eating. It's not the food, it's probably the other stuff that you're doing as well. Do you recommend getting metal fillings removed? I did, actually, but you have to make sure you get a really good doctor. A dentist, a really good dentist that knows what they're doing and has done this multiple times to remove them. So I actually got mine. I got no toxicity whatsoever. And I also was taking about very high doses, right up to the 500 micrograms, which is close to the, what they call the cutoff zone between toxicity with selenium. Selenium, as selenide, chelates mercury and gets it out of the system. So really bloody important. The other thing to throw in there is also R-alpha lipoic acid as a protection. I would, if I went to a dentist and did today, I would basically be on 5 grams of taurine. I'd be basically not at this stage, but I'd have my R-alpha lipoic acid ready to go. So the R, not the other one, the R-alpha lipoic acid. I'd have that ready to go as well, and I would also have, obviously selenium. So you can get it. There's different supplemental forms now, but I usually don't, for some of the stuff that naturopaths actually are recommending. So if you know any naturopath, find out what they're recommending as selenium, because you have to be careful with the product you buy, because a lot of products have got fillers and crap in them, which you want really properly, and it's got the proper ionic. You can actually get like a colloidal mineral type selenium, which has the right ionic charge on it, so it actually works exactly like the stuff that's in the actual food, and that's what you need. So, and that will basically there are enzymes that will convert it into selenide, and selenide can actually attach to mercury and remove it from the body. So it's critical, if somebody's doing something like that they use. If you go and check my video out as well, I've did a video on mercury and fish. So if you do Mercury and Harry, Serpanos, you'll find the video, and it actually gives you the sort of even some of the fish you may want to consume in that period that have got very low mercury, and the sort of, you want to be below 50 milligrams. You want the low mercury, high selenium type fish. That's another option you can take, like a seafood approach if you want to. So there's information there but yeah, it is very critical. One of the key chelators of mercury is selenium. So keep that in mind. But it's a good idea, but you really have to make sure you've got a good physician, a dentist that really knows what they're doing. That they've done it multiple times and they've got a good reputation. So, you know, Charles, I would basically check out my neighbourhood and find out exactly what the dentists, what their reputation, and find out what other people's experiences have been with that dentist. So if they're pretty good, that's an option. I can do that sometimes. I can do that for a fortnight or more, a month. Not a problem, mate. But it's usually more. It's varied. It's not just pork chops. It'll be shitloads of bacon and stuff like that. Robert, mate, a few more months. Bishop Police is back in the club again. Okay, so he's switched over again to a carnivore approach or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me. He vacillates between different types of behaviours and all that, so he's quite funny. I've in the past, when I had time, I don't really have much time to really view much of anybody's, but when I did have a bit more time, I did occasionally get a bit of a joke, a bit of a laugh out of all that sort of stuff. Yes, and a species-appropriate diet will make sure you don't. And vitamin K2, menaquinone 4 will also do that. Actually, that's what most people, when I get them on vitamin K, menaquinone 4 in high doses, that's what they all come back and they say, my teeth are better. My teeth, well, obviously, because you're actually remineralizing your teeth. You're putting back, all the minerals back into your teeth, and you're actually rebuilding your teeth like you're rebuilding your bones. So, yeah, obviously. So, yeah, that's another important thing, vitamin menaquinone 4. Thanks for reminding me, Neff, that is very, very important in that regard. Mate, good to see you. And we need to catch up as well in the new year. So I'll send you a bit of a link. It won't be today, but it'll be another day, and I'll have a chat with you. Hope Corinne as well as pass on my regards as well to her. Hope her business is going well as well. Of course, but some of us only was later in life. Yeah, that's true. Don't worry, you're not the only one. This person here, yeah, until he had his cardiovascular disease, he was just, oh, she'll be fine, mate. Yeah, no, she won't. She wasn't at all. Had to learn the hard way, having his chest ripped open. Yes, brand of stearic acid and alpha lipoic acid. Stearic acid primarily for reverse electron transport can be a useful biohack to increase the biogenesis of more mitochondria. Alpha lipoic acid, I don't like actually using high doses of alpha lipoic acid continuously in terms of as an antioxidant. Not very. The antioxidant system should be run by glutathione superoxide dismutase. It should be run by the body itself. We shouldn't basically be putting. But if you've got a damaged liver, or there are specific ailments, yeah, that's when it's a good idea for alpha lipoic acid in that regard. But yeah, yep, yeah, that one exactly. It's been a while, so I don't know. Am I slow today, or yeah? John, good to see you, mate. Happy New Year to you as well. I'm not keen on organ meats. Can you use organ meat supplements instead? Yeah, you can. I'm not keen on a lot of organ meats myself. I usually, the only way is I used to have them in a certain way, but I don't. I have certain genetics that I have a slightly higher requirement, but most people don't. Most people usually don't need. It's about 2 to 4% of the population that really need them, or people that are highly deficient because they're on a veganurized diet for many years and may need to do like 3 to 6 months of organ meats to really beef up their nutritional levels. So, yeah, I wouldn't say is a requirement. If you've been a carnivore for some time, you don't really need it at all. You don't need to supplement organ meats at all. And if you want some extra minerals and stuff like that, you can do some crustaceans, some stuff like that in itself. They're pretty good. So, and they're actually better balanced. So if you take like mussels, like Lukey, cooked some mussels up, they're actually better balanced, and you get a much greater variety of trace minerals and stuff like that. So, and a lot of seafood are pretty good when it comes to some of the minerals as well. So you don't necessarily need organ meats in that regard. Heart is a very good one, but you can actually, as I said to people, you can take like 1/3 heart, get it basically minced, and then two-thirds muscle meat, and get that minced and mix it up and make patties, which have got some heart in it because it's also got additional taurine. Heart is has a lot of concentrated taurine in it, and also a lot of coenzyme Q10. Very good for the body. So, and cooking doesn't affect taurine much. You lose a bit. It's more the fluids. If you have a lot of fluids, that's why it's better to sear things at a higher temperature, so you don't lose a lot of the fluids, because that's when you lose taurine out of the meats. It's not overcooking it. It's really basically the actual loss of fluids. So you basically need to sear it on both sides quite a bit at a much higher temperature. So, and it's actually better like that because it ends up being medium rare or rare, and it's much healthier for you anyway. So you get more of the peptides and a lot of the other nutrients that potentially could reduce slightly with heat cooking over a long period of time. Yep, I take 2 per day, and when I'm having long COVID, I It did make me feel more content, but no significant change in blood pressure. Yep, look, 2 is not going to. We're talking about much high, 5 and stuff like that. 3 to it depends on. If you're not taking blood pressure meds, you're not going to notice much at all, because remember, it's an osmolyte. It regulates the blood pressure, so it'll actually bring down the blood pressure if it's too high. It'll raise the blood pressure if it's too low. So bring it to the normal range where the proper physiological level should be. So it's perfect in that regard. It regulates all the electrolytes and the fluids. So it's really good in that regard. What happens is when it knows what the fluid levels are and it knows what the electrolyte levels are, and so it tries to bring them to that normal level. Then you've got a blood pressure med in, it pushes it even lower. It can't regulate. It becomes deranged with the blood pressure meds. So that's the problem with the blood pressure meds. You have to sort of remove them slowly and increase the dose 1 gram, 2 grams as you're making the adjustment. It's for people that have got normal, that don't take blood pressure meds, they will probably notice no change whatsoever, especially if they've been eating a carnivore diet for some time and they've already regulated to some extent from the food taurine, their, that sort of stuff. The extra taurine is an additional bonus to sort of help repair and do other things around the body, because a lot of us are depleted, don't have enough. But yeah, so that's pretty much the gist of it, Robert. Thanks, Vivid Mouse. Charles, how are you? I'm dealing with pretty strong muscle cramps. Any ideas? You may be deficient in sodium. I'm still dumping oxalate, which can deplete magnesium. Maybe it could be. Sulfur. When you could be depleting your levels of, when you're dumping oxalate. Obviously, you're taking. I hope you're taking in, with that, so you don't end up with kidney stones. You're taking in a citric acid, like whether it's lemon juice or a citric acid supplement. But the other thing that actually is doing as well is the biggest depleter that it's actually causing depletion is of the sulfur amino acids, in particular taurine. So what happens is, that's why I usually tell people to supplement when they're dumping with sulfur amino acids, because you deplete them. And so as you deplete them, what can actually happen is you lose the osmolytic effect. That means you don't have enough taurine in the bloodstream to basically regulate the blood, your electrolytes and your fluids. So as a consequence, what happens is you start basically getting your electrolytes out of whack due to the dumping of the oxalates. It happened to me, and I had to up my taurine and MSM, and then I got rid of it. So, because I went through something similar, and I got really cramps, and I'm going, "What the fuck's happening?" And then I thought about it, and I go, "Oh, it's probably, yeah, I'm depleting my because it will bleed through. Oxalate will bleed through sulfur, so it'll." Really, that's why I call it a dangerous compound. Another reason why I criticize green leafy vegetables, because they got too much. And if you deplete sulfur, you can't sulfonate the glycocalyx in your arteries, so you're actually making your arteries vulnerable, more sticky. So not a good idea. Rather than repelling the stuff so it can move through and flow through without sticking, because it's got a negative charge, because it's sulfonated the pericellular matrix around the lipids, the whatever's floating through your bloodstream, the red blood cells and all that. So really important, and it does deplete so it's more likely a lack of taurine, that you've actually induced an electrolyte imbalance as a consequence. Yep. So most people, if you're eating a carnivore diet, you'll get enough magnesium, you get enough potassium. You do not need to supplement. So the only thing you need to basically supplement is usually sodium, salt. But I suspect that it's not related to, because I did the salt, higher salt, magnesium, didn't have no effect whatsoever. And I realized, I'm depleting my sulfur. So it's probably you're depleting your sulfur. So get some taurine in there. and you may have to put some of the probably sodium back a bit, because you probably depleted a bit in sodium in the bloodstream, so, and probably lost some of the other minerals as well. But you don't have to worry about the other. If you put the sodium in and you've got the taurine in, which will regulate that, as the food, magnesium and potassium comes in, it'll sort itself out in a couple of days. So, but thank you, such a loving heart. Yeah, so pretty much. Actually, all those energy drinks that usually have 4, the actual elemental amount you get is only 2. So even though they say 4 grams of taurine, most people will absorb only 1 to 2 grams of that as taurine in the body. So you don't get it all, because most of it is actually, it's not exactly like it's sort of altered in a sense, or it's sort of degraded in a sense in the actual. So they actually did tests. I think the maximum one of the energy drinks got from a 4 was 50% of the actual dose. So you'll only get sometimes you'll even get less than that. So yeah, they're not the best source, and also they're very high in caffeine. And if some people are sensitive to caffeine, not a good idea. Just best to get a clean taurine supplement than using the energy drinks. G'day, Shell. Good to see you here. Where were you in some of our Zoom sessions? I thought you'd pop in more often. Probably busy with the family. Oops. Well, the thing is, he contradicts himself. He does one thing and then he recommends something else to other people. I mean, if you think what you're doing is optimal, so why would you be pushing the other stuff? It doesn't mean you're not getting some muscle protein synthesis from the other way, but it's a disingenuous thing to basically say, oh, this is the only way, when you're doing something completely different. So that's a bit weird. But I think his fasting tips and stuff like that, he's really got some good information on that. I've actually looked at some of the stuff and I agree with it. It's pretty good. But I don't really know much about it. I think he does eat some low carbohydrate type eating, or some plants and stuff like that. So I don't agree with that sort of shit. He is very young, yes. Yeah, it's really easy for very young people to say certain things, because, certain things really work really well. You're more robust. You can get away with a whole lot more. You get to my age, mid-50s or older, your body isn't as robust. It's got far more damage, especially the lifestyle we've been doing for a long time. So yeah, very different then, and the approaches need to be very different accordingly in many cases. Well, good point, Tracy. Yeah, exactly. Yep, exactly. Thanks, Barbados. Exactly. It does, Ness. Good to see you here. It definitely is. What do you think will be the next main leap in aging research beyond senolytics? I see big pharma going to senolytics after the mRNA vax flop. Look, big pharma they're actually creating drugs that they're using the mRNA technology to create like senolytic drugs that actually like vaccines, like senolytic vaccines. They are extremely dangerous. In some animal models, they've actually shown to cause cancer, and also damage to healthy cells. There's a thing on the surface of senescent cells. I'm trying to remember what it's called, NPMB or something like that. It's a receptor site which they're trying to target with a vaccine type thing. I think they're really playing dangerous. This again, I can't take a compound, a natural compound, and monetize it. So I'm going to create some artificial piece of shit to inject into somebody to basically get money out of them and promise them the world. That's the problem with this whole industry, the way they work. So I wouldn't trust anything that came out of Big Pharma in that regard. Absolute bullshit in that regard. And even the stuff, the experimental stuff where they can reverse the aging of rats. You can actually do that, but it actually causes cancer as well in the rats. They don't tell you that. Yeah, they make them younger and then they die from cancer. So, yeah, if you think the key thing that I've actually found is the best way to basically live longer is to do less damage and to remove the damage as much as possible with senolytics like fisetin. That's the best thing you can do. Reduce the amount of damage you do by eating a species appropriate diet, by basically trying to keep your environment cleaner and better, by basically trying to minimize the stress in your life and all these things, and also, knock off the senescent cells and keep down the indiscretions as much as possible. There's, a magic pill. Everybody wants a magic pill. Is unlikely to ever, and if one does come along, it's likely to kill you. Knowing the pharmaceutical industry will have more side effects than you can poke a stick at. G'day, Scotty. Good to see you, mate. Fair enough. Fair enough. It was a lot. You would have been, you would have been early anyway because I was late. I had to reboot my machine. I had a few problems, teething problems at the beginning, and then my machine decided to basically update itself. So yeah, I mean, talk about coincidence and shit like that. So I wasn't very much impressed. I'm going, oh shit. So yeah, what can you do? I said, oh God. Yes. Reboot, start up again. Yeah. Yes, it's a pain. It's a pain. Computers and their teething problems. Robert, good to see you, mate. Happy New Year. I've been looking more at taurine recently. Do you think it could help reduce appetite if it's in the supplemental form? It seems to have a positive effect on lowering fasting blood glucose. Yeah, it seems to have a lot of those sort of elements. It does keep your general blood glucose much better regulated. It also deals with any glycation in the bloodstream. It does do a lot of things. I mean, it's a Swiss Army knife of a lot of things. It does so many things. It regulates your entire gut system. The entire gut system regulates with, and it actually gets deregulated by fiber. Surprise, surprise. But that's for a video next week. Yeah, but pretty much it's a Swiss Army knife. It's a sulfur amino acid that does so much. It's important in, in detoxification, in antioxidant activity, you name it, in breaking down fibrotic tissue in around the body, in dealing with beta amyloid together with choline, you name it, it does it, so it either works on its own or synergistically with other things, other aminos or other micronutrients or macronutrients to basically do wonderful things in the body. So it's primarily only found in animal foods. So, yes, I'm trying to popularize it as much as possible because it's not something that's really is harmful, It doesn't cause any harm. It does so much good throughout the body. Now, obviously, you don't want to be taking, the maximum you could, if you were to basically eat a lot of meat, you'd probably get maybe 2.5 grams. And I usually recommend people about 5 or 6, depending on certain ailments, if they're very depleted in sulfur and they've come off of a sad diet and they've really got a lot of issues and fibrosis and stuff like that. But there have been cases where people are very, very sick, and I've actually recommended even higher than that. I won't go above 10, but but the thing is, there's no research above 10. That's why I don't recommend it. I don't know whether it's, it doesn't seem the higher you go, and some people have said they've gone higher but and had no deleterious side effects. So don't know. But as far as the research goes, I have to stick within that to some extent to be ethical in my recommendations that I make. But yeah, it's great stuff, and it's in animal foods. Slightly higher in seafood, but still in all animal foods, it's very, very high. But you can eat all sorts of sauces, I mean, a lot of people are missing so many things, Yeah. It really is good. It interacts with a lot of systems in the body, you know, even with testosterone and other things, has an effect on all sorts of things throughout the body. It's as I said, it's one of those Swiss Army knives of the body. Um, yes. Oh, that was my previous comment. Hello, Shell. What do you know about H86 MMR? Never heard of it. It's supposed to help decode cancer cells. Is it a crock or effective? Hubby read it somewhere, and he was wondering. I had never heard of it. Helps to decode. So is it a machine? Is it a device? What is it? Never heard of it. I'm intrigued, so to speak. So let's see what it is. So H86. Okay. Oh, it's a wheat germ extract in cancer prevention treatment. Avamere is a non-toxic wheat germ extract registered as a special nutrient for cancer patients in Hungary. It shows potent anti-cancer activities on cell lines in vitro. That means not in the body, in vivo, but in cell lines. So they have no research on it in terms of in vivo inside the human body or in any mammal. So when they say in cell lines, it's in vitro. So it could be knocking off. They may have put in a petri dish cancer cells. They put the stuff in there, and it basically causes apoptosis, a bit like a senolytic in that regard. But in the body, it may not even absorb. I've seen stuff like that. It's a bit like even Physatin doesn't absorb very well. You need to take with a lot of fat. I've told you this on many occasions that you need to take a lot of fat to absorb Physatin. But Physatin actually is a proven senolytic inside the human body. So we've got research. But when it comes to this, it basically is only on cell lines and not in. So they haven't actually done the proper clinical studies from what I can see. But, obviously I'll take a look into it and see what there could be. There's always compounds. As I said, plants are medicine, animal foods are food, and, so plants can be used for medicinal purposes or as senolytics or whatever else. So I will look into it. It may be an interesting compound that I could investigate for that video that I haven't made yet, and I want to make next week on cancer, but I may have to delay to look into this one as well. So I'm looking into something else as well. Trying to make the final video, so I'm not making multiple videos. You know me. I want to get on to other matters. I don't want to be stuck on one matter for a long time. But thanks for that, Shell. I'll look into it. I don't know anything about it. I'm not sure how predictable that effect is, or the meaningful one already on healthy. Yeah, pretty much we don't. As I said, I looked at here. If you're talking about the one that Chell just mentioned, yeah. So I did a video on Chromium. On that, there's a video that I've done. Yeah, look, it does help in that regard. It also helps to. I actually. It also helps to basically, it helps the cell take up glucose, but also vitamin C. So the reason I actually said you could actually, if you were concerned, it was basically in the early days, one of my first videos on Chromium as a means of getting more vitamin C from a carnivore diet into you. So to absorb, through the GLUT4 receptor, Chromium does help with that, not only for glucose, but also for, and so can help bring, so it can trough off the spikes of glucose in a sense, to some extent, within reason. If you're only consuming small amounts of sugar, if it's excessive, it's not going to do much. But it can be used as a biohack to basically get in more vitamin C, especially if somebody's deficient. And even coming onto a carnivore diet, it's much lower, and they may need to build up their levels initially and then get the rest from the diet. Because it'll actually then, glutathione will upregulate in a low carbohydrate state, and eventually they'll be able to recycle and they won't need as much. So in the early days, you could use something like a supplemental Chromium. So it has its uses. I mean, you probably don't need it forever, in a sense. Depends how much cheating you are doing, Trouble. I go back to work tomorrow. Unlucky. Yeah, pray for me. Yeah, I know. Back to the nonsense. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes. I don't have to go for a while, but yeah, not looking forward to it with all the nonsense. With, yes, we know what, and Jabba the Hutt nonsense. But said you can engage the Randall cycle by eating too much carbs. Can we engage Randall cycle by eating too much fat? Did he? Generally speaking, if I'm not sure how he actually meant it. If he basically meant it in a mixed macro diet, yes. So if you're taking in some fat, not very low fat, like most people, even on a low fat or vegetarian diet, if on a vegan diet or a vegetarian diet, people are still getting more fat than the true low fat diets. In those cases, yes, you can. You can achieve, with excess energy, you can engage the Randall cycle, but it's going to be a very low gradient in that regard. And it depends on people as well, how much. So it's a bit nuanced in a sense. It's sort of a gradient on the one hand. Now, I haven't heard it exactly how he said it, so I'm just hoping that you've actually translated exactly what he's actually. I don't like commenting about other people unless I've heard it from the horse's mouth, so to speak. But I'm guessing that basically he's talking about when the average person that's basically doing a low-fat diet, but not a traditional a clinical low. When you're doing a clinical low-fat diet, it's very hard because you also have uncoupling mitochondria as well. So it's really hard. You basically radiate away a lot of that as heat. Remember, people are losing weight on the diet, but that was 2% fat and 4% protein and pretty much 94% sugar. So nobody can, you had to be in a clinic. These people were in a clinic, and these people not only in a clinic, but they were also being whipped. I mean, whipped. Walter Kempner whipped his patients with a stick to make sure that they had enough sugar to prevent muscle catabolism, to loss of muscle. They took no electrolytes because you basically have slightly higher insulin. So basically you're retaining a lot of fluids, you're retaining a lot of electrolytes. So you don't, you basically kept them off that sort of stuff completely. Only supplemented them with iron supplements, and they lost weight and corrected a condition, a sort of a rare kidney condition that they had of unusual growth. So that was fixed with this approach. So it was a non-engaging the Randall cycle approach, and it eliminated those growth factors. So it eventually restored the kidneys into proper. It remodeled them into proper in the proper way. But they also lost weight as well as a consequence of not engaging the Randall cycle in that regard. So I'm not exactly how he meant it, but if it was to say that in a very low that you would engage, no, you wouldn't. I mean, you see it for the fruitarians. They just waste away. You don't engage the Randall cycle at all, and he knows that. So he wouldn't. I think he's talking more, the general population maybe on a low-fat diet that still has some level of fat in there and has excess amount of sugar. So you have still a small amount of fat. It's not big. It's not like 20% or 30% or something like that. It's like 5% or something like that. At that level, yes, you can engage the Randall cycle at a very low gradient, but yes, you can. But if you drop down to 2 to 1, it's impossible because you're in such a catabolic state at that. You basically get the same as a therapeutic ketogenic diet in that regard. Now, on the flip side, with the fat stuff like that, you don't actually engage the Randall cycle, but what you do is you can still store fat through the chylomicrons. So it's a different mechanism. So basically, the excess energy will just get stored into the adipose tissue, and then the body will come back to it. So when you're not eating, because insulin is low, it'll access it again. So that's the only thing. But you won't be, but you won't be engaging the Randall cycle. But you'll be able to still store as normal. You'll just be storing more than normal. So the more fat you eat, the less physically active you are, the more you're going to store that. The difference is between a low carbohydrate state and is that you can actually still access that to oxidize it, because your insulin to glucagon is still low. So you can still, when you're not eating, you'll access that. That's why we recommend people don't excess amounts. If you're not physically active, why are you doing fat bombs and all that? Our ancestors indulged in eating massive amounts of fat because they didn't know when the next meal was going to come from. And so then they would use that when they were not eating. They would use their own body fat. That's how it's supposed to work. The modern people can't access it because they're engaging the Randall cycle continuously. That means they're preventing, their insulin is high, their ability, remember, to access fat from your fat cells, you need to raise a specific hormone. It's called hormone-sensitive lipase. Insulin suppresses that. So when you're basically eating carbs, you're suppressing the ability to access fat. When you're not eating carbs and your insulin is relatively on the lower side, not a problem. When you're not eating, you'll be accessing your own fat. Now the question is, how much will that end up on your body? Depends on how much you're indulging. If you're overindulging beyond your energy requirements, that's not engaging the Randall cycle. That's basically just storing away excess energy in a more traditional way that the body works. The body senses and goes, "Oh, we've got plenty in the system. Put it away." The Randall cycle is more when you're shutting down all energy take. That means it won't, both fat and sugar are basically closed out from the cell. The cell's saying, "I'm not taking anything. I'm not taking sugar. I'm not taking fat. I'm not taking anything. Stay away." And then the body has to store that. So it has to convert the sugar into fat and store it. So it has to store everything, so it's a different way. Look, you have to remember the body's a dynamic system. There's a lot of dynamic things happening simultaneously. I know a lot of people, even the Randall cycle in isolation is a reductionist explanation of what is happening when there is resistance at the cell level. but you have to see it as a gradient. So it's an on-off, it'll activate on-off depending on the substrates of energy coming into the body. But then what the gradient of that will be will depend on the energy mix and the energy quantity, the excess amount, how much excess in that. But only in the mixed. In the non-mixed, that doesn't happen. In the non-mixed, it literally, because it can take to deactivate the Randle cycle, it can take 3 days. So if it was the case of high fat, that you'd be starving without carbs when you fasted. You don't, you know. So the next, so when you're eating, so when you're not eating fat, so when you're in a low carbohydrate state, not fasting, sorry, in a low carbohydrate state, you'd be starving like the people that are having these glycemic shocks, because you'd have Randle cycle activation at the cell level. It doesn't happen. Just the excess amount the body goes, we've got excess, let's just store it, we'll use it later. And then you use it later, the chylomicrons. And then the other stuff circulates and all that. But the only way you can engage is with a mixed in high amounts. That's when it happens. Otherwise, it doesn't. You're either in a sugar burning or fat burning in that regard. So it's a different state. And there are also the insulin to glucagon relationship as well. There's all these other regulating systems. It's not one system, just a Randle cycle. It's insulin to glucagon interactions. There's all these other systems that are working at the same time, and signaling molecules saying, what's the energy flux, what is actually happening, what's coming in, what's available, all this sort of stuff. What are these hormone signaling? Hormone sensitive lipase is up. Not a problem. You can access that new energy. So, and that's what happens. So it's a completely different state of affairs compared to a Randle cycle thing. So I'm not sure how he, because sometimes without thinking, we just use a very simplistic way of actually saying it, But a lot of the vagoons today do actually still consume some level of oils, some level of, and so when we criticize them, that they're engaging the Randle cycle when they have excess sugar, it's because we know that they're having seed oils and they're having other things. So they are definitely engaging the Randle cycle. Just because it's all plants coming from plant sources, they're definitely in that state. The only people that are not engaging the Randle cycle are usually the fruitarians, because they've got bugger all fat in their diet, so that's the sort of difference. And he may have said it in those terms. Sometimes, Bart, because he's a high functioning autistic person, he has a tendency of, making statements but not going into detail or clarifying or whatever. But that's what he would mean in terms of that. That's what he calls the traditional, like I do, the Church of Anorexia Vegana, because that's what they are. They're all anorexics and have problems with food. But a lot of the modern ones that actually eat shitloads, you see them, you see the difference. You've got the fat vegan and you've got the slim vegan. Slim vegan is doing the traditional vegan diet and really catabolic and really cutting, breaking down tissue. The other side is the one that are actually the modern day ones that are using the fake meats and all this sort of stuff. And they eat a lot of sugar with a lot of these fake meats that have got a lot of seed oils and all that. They are definitely engaging the Randle cycle. And they will engage it even in a higher gradient when they basically eat more carbs in that case. So, yeah, it's all nuanced, but, sometimes in his little polemics, old Bart, he basically forgets the nuance because it's part of the actual the show, so to speak, But I don't think he would disagree with me if we had a conversation right now. So, and I don't think he understands it even better. I learned it from him, and have had discussions with him. So I don't think that, but sometimes he can be, in his polemic, he can use a reductionist sort of explanation in his polemic against the Vagoons. So that's all it is. So I wouldn't read too much into it. But I thought I'd clarify that just to make it clear for everyone, because when they hear it again, they know, exactly. his angle is that. Have you guys heard of tricks to prevent oxidative stress while flying? Nicola mentioned being fasted or in a high fat burning state can protect cells from radiation at high altitudes. Yes, it can. It can do another thing, Charles. It can also basically, I also take, before I fly, taurine, which is a good antioxidant and very good in that regard as well. The other thing you can actually do is beyond the sulfonation, that sort of thing. The other thing that you can actually do, the other benefit that it actually has is when you actually go, when I leave one country and I'm flying, or I'm leaving and going to a different time zone, I always eat in. So let's say I land, I haven't eaten at all, and I land at the other destination. I will eat and go to sleep at the time in that destination. I'll force myself. So if I've actually slept and I get to a time zone where it's late in the evening, I'll go back and sleep. I won't eat. I'll go back and sleep to try and sync myself with my circadian rhythms into that place. So that's an important thing. And yeah, I'd agree with that in terms of, flying high. I always do. I never eat on the plane, always fasted. So saves you a pile of money as well from all the expensive junk that they usually sell on planes nowadays. There's not much to eat anyway. It's just when you look at that food, you go, I'm paying this amount for this crap. Are you kidding me? Yes, they are. Sounds good. There's always a good excuse for butter. Always, Richard. Always. Oops. Okay. I heard that if we are fasting, we have to do resistance training and not catabolize because the body will make the muscles have function because of growth hormone. Depends how much fasting you're talking about, So resistance training is, I always, in a time restricted feeding, do resistance training. Like I'll lift weights, or I'll do like, high intensity something, or some resistance training and some weightlifting and stuff like that when I'm in a sort of a fasted state, sort of, time restricted eating state. If I'm doing too many days, I tend to not to. Like the first day of fasting, I'll probably do exercise, like resistance training, weightlifting and stuff like that. But the following days, pretty much just walk around, very mild stuff and all that in that regard. Look, you'll always, where you want to, right at the end of the fast is where you want that spike of growth hormones and all that sort of stuff to basically build stuff. Or as I said, you can do a dirty fast where you throw in, leucine. So that's another option. There's always different ways, but all fasting is going to have a bit of catabolism to it. Very, very small, especially in the first day. Then it's sort of there's a bit of a basically a protectiveness that actually takes place, but you still will lose a bit. It's not to say you won't is ridiculous. Most of the research has shown that, and even Volker and Finney have actually shown that in their research that you will lose some muscle mass and stuff like that. So, and they've been doing this research for years as low carb doctors and researchers, and actually have had athletes where they've done them in this way and they've taken biopsies every single hour. So, they know exactly what's happening to the muscle tissue. So, I mean, I'd rely more on them than some YouTuber who's done zero research. I always look at the research, the best research, and extrapolate any ideas from that, as always. Some carnival bread for my daughter. Good. You guys are getting some ideas. Good is hit and miss, but means well. Yeah, that's true. I'd have to agree with you on that. And he leads to Carnivore via Salad Boy and Salad Boy to Baker. Yeah, look, I have very little respect for Salad Boy. A lot of respect for Sean and Grundy. Yes, his heart is in the right place. He's not an evil man. I don't believe he's an evil man. He's got some really wrong ideas about a lot of things. Some things that he's like the lectins and other things like that. He's, I wish he promoted raw milk because he's, sort of vegetarian and stuff like that. I wish he promoted raw milk, which is so effective at dealing with lectins, binding them and dealing with them. So, and helping the immune system as well, like lactoferrin, helps with increasing interferon in the body. So, but yeah, I have far more respect for him than Salad Boy. Sounds good. Is that everybody's blenders from when they were basically doing something inappropriate in the past? Probably. Don't worry. Even I had one. I actually gave it away. That was in my keto days. But I gave it away as well. Smoothies, because they do them in the keto world as well. It's not only in the veganerized world. Yes. Potentially. Yep. Depends on a number of other factors, but yes, it can. Stress can affect your thyroid health. It can affect many parts of the endocrine system, so stress isn't a good thing for a lot of people. It's very catabolic as well. Stress is very catabolic. If you've got high stress levels raised and cortisol very high continuously and not coming down, yeah, it can be very catabolic. So can be a problem. Chicken breast in the Instant Pot. Sounds good. Gary, what's Gary saying? Hi all. I've been trying some priming like Bart is doing on his river coach. Okay. Look, I've done that in the past, where I've, I know Raymond, like high protein, like a high protein cut. I've done something similar, and I think the Bart's going to find it a bit on the difficult side. I hope he sticks to it. If he sticks to it, he could get himself quite ripped in that regard. So we'll see what happens. He just needs to keep away from all the indiscretions if he wants to get to there. But why not, Gary? Good luck with it, and see you on the Zoom whenever you're around. No floor bashing, please. Richard has a non-discrimination policy towards floors. it's good support for other things, for other fun time, as he calls it. Lipopolysaccharides. What do you think about activated charcoal for lipopolysaccharide reduction? That can help a bit. It can bind a few things, but it doesn't do the marvelous things that most people think. If you want to reduce LPS, get on a species-appropriate diet. Get your vitamin D levels up, which will close those tight junctions. And taurine, that also reduces some of this stuff. Actually, LPS is increased by fiber, so less fiber in the diet. So, yes. Before giving away too much for my next video. So, yeah, it can help, but I've used it before. But best to fix the gut, best to fix, those sort of things and eliminate. And unless you basically know that you've got, if you don't have tight junctions, get your vitamin D levels up. And eat more appropriate. The trick to organ meats, grind up sirloin together with liver, heart. Yep, yeah, make little sliders. Yep, exactly. Yeah. Way better to combine it like that. I agree. Even better when you actually, like the cucuretzi, where you combine everything, it's much. Cool, interesting info on the Taurine in energy. Thanks, Harry. Not a problem. Yeah. Most people just aren't aware of it. There's been very little research because the industry won't do the research. But there was an academic that actually did some of the research and looking at some of the drinks. So put it on a blog, tested the stuff in his own lab. So, yeah. So that's how I just don't remember the blog, post. But, yeah, it basically was that. So, but you won't get industry doing any of this sort of stuff. It's just a reality. It's annoying, but they won't because it's not in their best interest. Anyway, mixing tongue mince with heart, like regular mince, can't taste the difference. Okay. Mixing tongue mince. Never tried tongue mince in with heart and the other stuff. Okay. Interesting. Different people have different combinations of things that they do. Upvote. Oh, yes. Rick, thanks to be here, Matt. Yeah, hit the like button, people. Hit the like button. Yes. Very much. Hit that like button. Definitely. And Happy New Year to you as well, Rick. It's exactly it, what we need. Oh, yeah, and that. Obviously, Shell. Obviously. Let's not neglect fun time. But said, what do you say? Said that once you eat carbs, they can stay in your bloodstream for days, but that's confusing me because I thought we convert them into fat. If you're constantly eating carbs, they can stay in your bloodstream, but your body will clear them out because of insulin and convert them into fat and store them. That's what it does. But if you're constantly eating, he needs to make these clearer. If he's not making them clear and confusing people, just tell him. Because that's not my role to tell him. It's his channel. He needs to make things clearer because sometimes he gets so excited with his sort of attacking the vagoons and all that he sometimes, I've heard him as well say certain things and I'm going, what the fuck? I actually sent him an email once and I said, I got too excited and then I go, yeah, you bloody did. So, yeah. So that's a possibility in that regard. Yes. He needs a spanking. Is that what? Yeah, tell Pim to give him a spanking, Elizabeth. See how that works for you. He'll disagree because he's disagreeable when you comment, when you criticize him. But no, yeah, otherwise your blood sugar would go through the absolute roof. No, the body's a bit smarter than that, and he knows that. He just sometimes, yeah. Anyway, we'll leave it at that. As a miscommunication on his part, and you should be asking him, not me. These sort of questions. Putting him on the spot to basically learn him to discipline himself a bit in his, when he's having his fun with the vagoons. He needs to control, some of his thinking. Gets too excited sometimes, especially when Ted's around. God, I don't know who's controlling who. It's a concern. The whole term reverse aging sounds so backward. Yeah. Let's not kid ourselves exactly. None of us is going to be a baby again. Exactly. You can only slow down the clock some. It precisely do. Exactly. That's pretty much what I'm trying to achieve. The rest of it's actually just nonsense. And if you're going to encourage younger people to do anything, is to basically try and keep the garbage out of their diet as much as possible, because that's what's going to keep them in long life. So yes. Only as old as one you're feeling. I'm going to move on from that, because I'm going to make too many comments, and I'm going to get myself into trouble, demonetized, if I don't move on. uh, 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 what do many young people have dairy and egg allergies nowadays? I know 60-year-olds who can drink a glass of milk without issue, but every 25 in the city only drinks nut milks. LOL, probably because they're just drinking nut milks and that crap and all that. Pretty much, they've actually fucked up their enteric system. They've really stuffed up their gut. Simple as that. They've got poor signaling between the body and all that. They've got through their enteric system, so they've got poor immuno signaling between the brain and the gut. They've basically stuffed up their gut with a whole lot of glyphosate and antibiotics. Most of the people that are 60 years old or over, many of these people still have got robust, very good guts compared to people that are much younger. People that are much younger are, like the Pottinger's cat sort of thing, Spencer, that are basically, the next generation is a bit more deranged in terms of certain genes are turned on that should be silenced. Now, you can turn those genes off. How do you turn those genes? You need to get up above 80 nanograms per milliliter. If you don't get to those levels, which is a therapeutic where all the genes can be affected by vitamin D, only at those levels can you basically start turning off some of these genes. Also tighten all the junctions throughout the whole body so no allergens can get in. And the other thing is to regulate the immune system much better, to downregulate these allergens. The other thing is combining it with a species appropriate diet, getting in some meat and getting in the B vitamins with the vitamin D can actually restore some of those beneficial bacteria. A lot of these old people that can do this sort of stuff tend to go outdoors. They don't stay indoors playing computer games. They've got a better vitamin D status than many young people in some cases. When I come across people like that, and they are far more robust because they've done less damage over time compared to young people that are into the sugar from the moment they're born. That's why they're so sick and deranged and have so many gut issues and all that. And a lot of fiber. Young people, old people don't like fiber. If you notice, old people basically will eat tubers. They'll eat, like people used to eat 60, 70 years ago, and are more physically active and all that. But nowadays, people are eating far more, inappropriate processed foods or a lot of fiber crap, and all that is affecting their gut negatively. Both from the fiber, from the glyphosate, and from the excess antibiotics that they've taken, and also a lot of them are born, not having sort of going through the birth canal and actually being dosed with all these lactobacillus. Also, their mothers tend to be much lower in the lactobacillus strains. So something like 90% now of two key, like Reuteri and Bifidobacteria infantis, it actually clears out all the gut, a lot of the pathogenic bacteria, that eliminates them, clears them out of the gut. Most people, a large proportion of people don't have them, and pretty much nearly every young person doesn't. So they've got plenty of gut problems, and they don't have a number of these lactobacillus strains to deal with the sugar from the milk either. So they've got a lot of issues, derangements, and that's why. So usually people, when they do, like Richard did kefir, and even my brother Sean, he did a long period of kefir, and basically normalized his ability to drink milk again. So, I've got lactose persistent genes, so it doesn't really matter whether I've got all those. I've got the ability the enzymes to deal with it, but other people don't have as many of the enzymes, and so really need the bacteria as well. So if you actually don't, you're going to have the problems. So especially if you've got the genes that turned off in old age. So, and there's a large proportion of the population that does. So if you don't have then the bacterial strains, you're going to get into trouble with a lot of these sort of things. So, and also the very low vitamin D status. A lot of young people now don't get enough cholesterol. They don't basically, they're indoors most of the time compared to the past, playing computer games or on their screens all the time. All these have an effect as well. So, yeah, and they will have, and the light signaling, blue light, too much blue light, and all that has a negative effect on the gut microbiome as well. It actually advantages certain pathogenic bacteria. So there's a lot of things that we do wrong as young people, or young people do. That's why they have more of these allergies and issues, and the Pottinger cat sort of syndrome as well, more damage compared to the previous generation. Yeah, that's part of it. And on top of that, then they start drinking this sort of shit. Nut milk. It's not. It's nut. It's basically a nut juice full of oxalate and shit. That's really bad for the gut. Even worse than basically eating green leafy vegetables. These sort of nut, milks and stuff like that are far more damaging to the gut lining and stuff like that. Talk about young people giving themselves even more hassle in the future. They'll all end up basically having their colons cut out because of the damage that they're going to cause. Freaking hell. Thank you for checking out that. Yep. Hubby says that they have given it to PPOs. Not sure the context of the experiment. Okay. Well, I haven't, as I said, I took a quick look, and this was a PubMed in 2009, and I can't see any other sort of stuff here. So, yeah. Look, I'll look into it and see what I find. Because some other people have sent me other things and said, what about this? What about that? And I've looked into it, and I've realized that, it's all, very, if it was that great, we would have had cancer cured by now. It's really, you got to eat properly, fix the mitochondria, do those sort of things. So those hacks that fix and repair and restore good mitochondrial function is the things that are basically going to get you back off the cancer state. And it usually is a low carbohydrate ketogenic type diet with a number of biohacks, some that I've discussed and some that I will be discussing in the future video. If my memory serves, allergies can greatly be affected by gestational epigenetics, what mum eats. Yep, they can. It basically, and a number of autoimmune diseases can as well, like diabetes 1. So yes, So yes, they can in that regard. That's why I was talking about the Pottinger's cat sort of thing. Yeah, but that's exactly gestational epigenetics is definitely certain genes that are being turned on or turned off that can actually create some of these problems. Very much true. So, and most mothers nowadays are very deficient in basically vitamin D, which is another thing that affects, there's a strong association between asthma and many other sort of allergies and vitamin D. So yeah, it doesn't surprise me that we've seen an explosion in the last couple of years because older people go out, they don't put any sunscreen on. My father doesn't, and none of the older people that I know, but every young person is slipping and slapping on sunscreen like there's no tomorrow. Crazy times we live in. We hate the sun. We hate these species appropriate foods. We hate everything that actually is supposed to be, which is good for us. Fair enough, trouble. Get to sleep, and thanks for being here. Yep. See you on the Eurasian live stream later on in about 5 hours' time. Get some sleep now, dear. You can't handle the Randall. That actually rhymes. It's pretty good, Jared. So, if our bodies can supply glucose to the muscles as other parts via gluconeogenesis, you said, we have a certain, not insulin resistance, peripheral resistance. There's a difference. It's called peripheral, PR, not IR, but PR, peripheral resistance. So if we eat carbs that will not used for the muscles as glycogen. It can be converted to glycogen, but you'll have what is called an energy deficit because that you'll spike insulin, you won't be able to access the fat. So that energy will and because you've already got peripheral resistance, your blood sugar will go up quite a bit and then be removed by the system. So the system will have this glycemic shock and you'll feel like crap because the receptor site at the cell level, your peripheral resistance is the GLUT receptors, the glucose receptors. So they get down regulated. So at that point, when you whack some stuff in, you can't take it in the cell. You replete some of the glycogen, the rest gets exported for fat, but you've got an energy deficit automatically, and you've just caused yourself until that triglycerides can actually come out of the liver and start getting into the circulation and providing some energy, and then the actual insulin coming down to release, you'll actually have a momentary effect where you feel like absolute crap. That's why people, when they're doing a fast and they take sugar, they feel like absolutely weak as, for that reason, because the system is set up expecting fat and ketones as energy, not sugar. You've just deranged the whole system at that point. So do not eat carbs, so you don't derange your system. Remember, it's a dynamic system. If it's doing one thing and you throw something in, it's not going to work properly. If you're eating sugar and you throw fat in, again, it's going to cause derangement, too much fat. If somebody's coming off a high sugar diet, they have to transition into a high fat diet and and basically adapt over a few days. You don't have to do it for over months, but there is a bit of a transition period. You don't go all of a sudden throw in, like you're on you cut your carbs completely, don't eat any carbs, and then you douse down a whole cup of cream or something like that, your body will go, "What's happening?" It doesn't even have the enzymes or anything, so it'll go. So the body basically can transition between one mode or another, but rapidly, you're going to really cause some really issues. So yes, it's insulin resistance has to do with mixed excess energy. Peripheral resistance is a different thing. Peripheral resistance actually happens in a low fat state as well. Not only in a low, so when you're in a low fat state, not getting very little fat, like Walter Kempner was doing the thing, the CD36 receptor, which is brings in long chain fats for lipolysis, that gets down regulated. So the GLUT receptors get upregulated to take in sugar because that's what you're in a sugar burning mode. So you're taking in sugar continuously. So in a low fat state, the receptors switch. You still have peripheral resistance, PR. You still have peripheral resistance, but it's peripheral resistance to fat in a low fat state, and in a low carbohydrate state, it's the sugar. It's the opposite. Simple as that. It's not complex. This is why when the dickheads out there, the vagoons say, "Oh, you're having insulin resistance." No, you're not. You are as well. When you're when you're in a low fat or low carb state, your peripheral resistance is against one of the other energy sources, because you're in your body is down regulating that and taking only that energy source that you've prioritized in your system. So yeah, they're completely, and even a lot of the low carb people don't understand this. They're just sort of like, "What did you say? Here's a book of physiology. Go and read it and learn something," is usually my reply at that moment, because yes, the gurus out there have no idea what they're talking about. They don't understand. Everybody thinks reductionist. They read something and they just blurt it out in the same way. It's a complex interacting system, So when you do certain things, then you do what I call derangements. You're in a certain mode, you derange it, then it goes really out of whack. So yes. What'd you say? "I promise to not eat carbs." Because in Mexico there are a lot of gurus. Yes, exactly. Too many idiots out there creating a lot of problems for people. If I have candida problems, should I avoid drinking raw milk as well? Yes, it's probably a good idea, Jim. I would. Basically, and there is. Have you seen the thing? Uh, okay, I'll do the candida video, not this week, but the following week. I'll do a candida video. So expect it then. I'll cover the subject because there are issues about how the candida can actually create this like a shell type structure to prevent itself from being killed off. So you need to know some supplemental and some stuff. So I'll get into the details of how to actually do the protocol properly. Yes. But yes, you don't want to feed the beast. I believe you can deplete your liver glycogen stores in 12 hours or so. Yeah, if you do a lot of intensive exercises. If you really go, if you're not fat metabolized, you will feel low on energy. Exactly, Gary. Yeah. But if you go hard, like I've actually done, like excessive exercise, gone on, to deplete, completely fasted, just doing excessive things, and really just within, I think it was 13 hours, my ketones shot up. So yes, you can if you really go hard. Most people, if they just walking around doing things like that, it can take up to 3 weeks. Sorry, 3 days. But if you're really go intense, and I usually say to people, if you're going to go into a fast, you know, really go hard on the exercise sort of stuff, and then eat a meat heavy diet, get the protein in, and then fast. So fat adapt yourself, do that, and then you'll get better results that way. Very much better results. Grundy looks like Colonel Sanders. He looks like a nice old man, I don't agree with Grundy on nearly 90% of what he says, but he's a likable person. I find him likable personally. So, but some people, I don't care, Elizabeth. You can talk about whatever you like. Father Christmas. I wonder who's next on Bar K's radar for the Vagoons. That'd be interesting to know. He's probably working hard at it, because at the moment he has to eat a lot of meat, and he's probably frustrated like mad, and he will be at tip-top performance. He'll basically be ruthless towards the Vagoons, which will be nice. It will be like mega spanking. So I look forward to those ones. I know when he's stressed, because he will be, when he's not doing his usual shit, he'll be basically firing on, not 4 cylinders, basically 8, 12, whatever cylinders he'll be, so we'll get a lot of fun out of this. UAB, Biff, good to see you, mate. I was just telling the earlier about what I showed you, when I showed you the 4.7, and when it was a bit over 5 point, what I can't remember, was it 9 or 7? The previous indiscretion day when I had some of the alcohol and all that sort of stuff. Well, it was, finished off the night with champagne for the new year, but yes, pretty much. But it dropped, because I didn't eat anything, so I dropped back to 4.7. But it's the body should respond pretty fast in that regard. So, but anyway, that was my last strip. I probably won't buy any strips until later. I'm looking at doing an experiment later in the year. I'm not going to do it now. And then I'm going to basically get some keto strips and some blood strips and experiment with certain things, see what happens. Because you have to sometimes just to work out some of the dynamics in your head as well. That's why I like doing the experiments. More also meant, what do you think will be the key thing for the real radical life extension? Nanomedicine seems too far away. Yeah, it is far away. We have difficulty. What do you think we moved to solid state hard drives? Because we had very difficulty in actually storing, information on, even when on the hard drives, we changed the angle so we could actually reduce the amount of electrons sort of, interacting in a sense. Organic matter tends to have this sort of like a neutral state, electrical neutral state in a lot of its systems inside, and there's positive and negative ions, but a lot of the other tissues tends to be in a more this neutral state, and that's what even electron doning stabilizes and creates this neutral state with a lot of tissue. And when you've got that, it's a bit different to translate biological nanomachines into inorganic nanomachines. I think ultimately the future nanomachines will be basically something which will be organic, will be similar to a bacteria that will be able to put in and actually program it to do certain things. Ultimately, I think that's where nanomedicine will go. I don't think it'll be extremely hard on the physical limits to basically, even Moore's law now with computer power is really starting to be affected. And that's why we're sort of trying to move towards quantum computing and stuff like that, because we can't scale. Even there's some designs about going to a different type of computing, which is something that was developed in ancient Greece, which is called an analog computer. They do exist. They're used by the military and other, and in engineering and certain other fields. But this method of combining digital analog type systems or analogs, they think they can actually do more computations in a digital version of an analog computer, um, in a sort of a silicon-based analog computer. So that's another thinking of combining the two technologies in a sense to scale up the capabilities. But eventually, you can only go so far. So the holy grail now is quantum computing, really. So yeah. What gene therapies, epigenetics will do seems far down. Yeah, it is pretty much farther down. All we've really got now is diet, some biohacks, and things that basically improve oxidative phosphorylation. Basically, if you can improve the functioning of your mitochondria, so encourage more reverse electron transport with basically stearic acid supplementation. Use senolytics to kill off the senescent cells that continue to put out cytokines and do damage to peripheral tissue around the actual damaged cell, the senescent cell. Knock off cancer cells with senolytics. All this sort of stuff. Do something like even stem cell therapy and produce new stem cells. Exercise does it. Fasting does it. A number of things that do. Better sleep does it. Products like Cerule, the BART cells, has an effect as well. So there's a lot of different strategies. Combining all those together, you probably will get some additional years. How much? Hard to say in that regard, because there's also environmental exposures. There's so many things that you sort of have to basically mitigate against. It's really hard to say, there's no real magic bullet, let's put it that way. And unless you can actually build, you can actually do like a mass change, like you would with the turnover of your cells, you could actually you found a way of actually producing new stem cells that were brand new and were not aged, much younger in age, and you actually produced them throughout the whole body, and replaced every single thing. Yeah, possibly, but I think the technology to be able to initiate something like that is way in the distant future, and I don't know even if it's possible. But I don't say anything is impossible. I mean, we may at some point in the distant future, we're talking about 1,000,000 years from now, 100,000 years from now, if we're still around, we may find a way to basically create, a certain biological substance or whatever that could replicate ourselves, or maybe even remember those movies about replicating, the one that Arnold Schwarzenegger was in, that when they were cloning people and you could actually um, create yourself again. So maybe a younger self of yourself, and then put all the memories in. I don't know how that would work, but that'd be a very difficult thing. But who knows? Who knows? I mean, it's an interesting subject matter, HD. Oh, see you, Shell. Yeah, good night. Yeah, see you in the morning. Take care. It's always an interesting subject. A friend of mine told me that eating testicles would be good for testosterone levels. Is it true? Um, not that the testicles are going to do it, but testicles tend to, like, let's say if you're eating shit, you're damaging your body, you have a lot of endocrine disruption, you're drinking a whole lot of stuff that's full of glyphosate, full of estrogen mimicking molecules, like plastics and all sorts of things. If you're doing all that and you just eat testicles, it's not going to really do much for you. But if you're healthy, it may increase it by slightly. It's not the testicle itself it's that the nutrients that are in the testicle are very similar to the nutrient that are in your testicles, or if you're a male, if in a male's testicles. So basically, if you're not nutrient deficient, those extra nutrients could be beneficial slightly for that tissue. But generally speaking, look, there are components in all the different tissues, like heart. Like heart has more coenzyme Q10, has more taurine. So if you eat heart from any animal, you will get more taurine and more that. Does it mean that just because I ate heart that it's going to go all to the heart? No. A lot of that can be used by other tissue. So the same thing, the testicles, the stuff in the testicles, even though it has the same composition with the nutrients that are in your testicles, a male testicles, not in yours, Elizabeth. Hope not. But you know what I mean. What will happen is those nutrients won't go necessarily to those organs. They may go to some of it may, but also to many others. So that an organ will basically benefit an organ, directly like that. Unlikely, but obviously the extra nutrition, the extra zinc, the extra stuff that's in those testicles will basically, some of it will get to the testicles and will help them slightly. That's true, but only slightly as an indirect thing by just eating. When you eat more nutrient dense foods, you tend to get more nutrients into a lot of those organs, so that it helps in that way, but not a direct thing. It's not like, oh, I ate this, because remember, when it hits your when it hits your stomach, all those amino acids in the testicle will be denatured, will be broken down to simple amino acids, and then will be used to be that amino acid pool will be absorbed and rebuilt using enzymes into new tissue, new stuff anywhere in the body. And the nutrients can end up anywhere in the body. The only difference is that those foods are more nutrient dense. Because they're more nutrient dense, they should technically give a bit extra to the testicles as well. Not a lot, but a bit extra, as they give to other tissues as well. So yes, in an indirect way, yes, but not in a direct way, is what I'm trying to say. So one way of saying it, Ness, one way, Roblox than robust, yes. Yeah, one way of actually describing younger people. Yes, they do have far more problems nowadays than what we had, or our grandparents had, or our parents had. Yes, it's very much. I've observed that myself. Yeah, exactly. It is. Sean basically and Kim did a lot of kefir for quite a few months, and they have absolutely no problems now with milk. So they did a couple of years back, not now, but so they haven't done kefir now for a couple of years, pretty much, but they have no problems with milk anymore. So basically, and Sean's daughter, she's basically lactose intolerant, but I don't think she likes kefir and stuff like that, but I don't know. It's up to her if she wants to try it. I'm surprised that Sean hasn't sort of. I think he may have, and she probably told him to bugger off or something like along those lines. But anyway, kids, it's a bit like that. But yeah, but he doesn't have any problems anymore. He can drink as much milk as he likes, and they even buy the raw milk now. So yeah, it's a non-issue for them. It does make a difference. But as I said, it's a hit and miss. Not everybody gets the same results because not everybody's gut is in the same state. Sean also and Kim did also the Dietary to get rid of pathogenics, and and sort of ate more animal products, which meant they put more of the lactobacillus type strains in there, and the bifidobacteria type strains, which also help with dealing with milk sugar. So all those things sort of benefit in that way. So it's a combination. Hold on, Harry, don't be mean to games now. It's abuse, not the substance. Oh, so you're a gamer, Ness. Mate, I'm a gamer as well. I've been playing games for a long time. I was basically building computers back in the 90s and selling them, and also making gaming computers and selling top-end gaming computers. So I know about games. I've actually played quite a lot of games, Counter-Strike and all those sort of games way back then, Doom and, and sort of Ghost Recon and all that sort of stuff. Raven Shield. Remember the old Raven Shield? One shot and you were dead. It was really hard to play. So I've played all those games way in the past. So, I was a pretty good gamer back then. And even one of my mates used to run up at the showgrounds. He used to run basically a gaming sort of where people would come. They'd connect them all up to routers, and they would basically, so they were switches. They had and they would connect them to a switch, and they would basically play, a game. It wasn't online. It was basically amongst a number of people. Locals here used to drive up with your computer and everything, and go on game with a whole lot of people. And then it got onto online later on as the internet got faster or our connection speeds got better, so better routers and stuff like that. Yes, so I've been there, mate. So right at the beginning of the early stages of gaming. So I know shitloads about gaming, and I've played all sorts of games, and I still do because I enjoy them. So, but the question of carbs, I watched once. Dr. Bergs, he also said that eating bread can also kick you out of ketosis. Yes, it can, because it will be in the blood. Won't be in the blood for days. Your Randall cycle activation will be for a number of days, but the sugar will have a certain time. It'll go into your liver, get converted to glycogen, be stored as glycogen. Some of it will go into the muscles, and then the rest will circulate because the body's not set up to take that amount when it's been in ketosis. So it's the initial sort of I feel like crap sort of thing, and then your body sort of comes out of ketosis and then gets starts being able to use sugar again in a sort of a in a slightly more effective way. It doesn't take long, but it does really then make you hungry and all that sort of stuff, all those other symptoms which aren't good, as a example. But yes, what are the signs to look for to identify gut problems? You'll know them. They are multiples, and there's pain in the stomach, gut, in the under the rib cage, and that can be gallbladder related, liver related. It can be which it also when you actually have it on the left-hand side, it may be the pancreas, but it also may be the gallbladder that's interacting with the pancreas. So it can be complicated. The sort of feels, some people get strange, different feels, or a lot of pressure or a lot of pain. That indicates different things, a lot of, so, and it can be variations in all that. So if you get acute pain on the right-hand side, obviously that's, an inflamed gallbladder. And under the rib cage on the right hand side, and you can actually put your hands right under the rib cage like that in a folded way and sort of rub on the gallbladder. This is what I used to do in the past. I know very well. I used to lie down and sort of rub that area and sort of loosen it up, let it flow a bit better. But obviously, the best thing that can actually let it flow is taurine, because it's an emulsifier, and it's in meat. And it's a good stuff because it emulsifies, it lets that flow better. But you'll know the symptoms. They'll be multiple and varied, and the stools will be, they won't be, you'll have really problematic stools, and either slightly too constipated or very loose, or there's a lot of variation in between, discoloration and stuff like that. Yeah. It's not milk. It's nut juice, as far as I'm concerned, and that's how it should be called, as nut juice, and not nut milk, because it's not milk. Milk is milk. Comes from an animal source. Simple as that. Emulsifiers in a lot of the nut milks as well. Yep, they can. Emulsifiers do damage to the gut lining. That's true. And that's well established. That's in the actual literature. They've done rat studies. They can't do experiments on humans, obviously, but they've done on rats, on a number of other animals, and they have noticed that it actually does affect the integrity of the gut wall, and the mucosal barriers as well. So not a very good thing, especially when you're trying to keep out pathogens like even lipopolysaccharides, which is that hairline, the little hairline things that cleave off from the bacteria that create the pericellular. They transfer the charge over the outer coating, the negative charge on the bacteria. That little thing that breaks off, that LPS, lipopolysaccharides, that can end up in the bloodstream if you don't have the tight junctions, and it can get in. But these sort of things, emulsifiers, do damage the gut lining and can actually allow more LPS to come in. Not a good thing, So very well said, Robert, in that regard. Oh, thanks, Spencer. Just go down to the bottom. Thanks, mate. Nut juice doesn't sound as appetizing. Definitely not, mate. Definitely not. It sounds like shit, to be more precise in that regard. Unfortunately, there's too much misinformation out there about this sort of stuff, and people don't realize how bad this stuff is to people. It's really causing a lot of problems for a lot of people. It's really damaging a lot of people's guts. This stuff shouldn't be. Yeah, I'd if I could ban it, I'd ban it. Let's put it that way. It's real, especially the almond stuff, full of oxalate. Oh, that's like oxalate poisoning to the gut. You might as well just basically put a blowtorch into the gut with oxalate, with almond milk, almond juice. Stop calling it milk, Harry. Yeah. They're really bad. And it's in keto bars. People buy protein bars, keto bars, and all that. And there's all these emulsifiers in. Really bad for your gut, guys. You really have to sort of wean yourself off that stuff. It's really bad. If it's got an emulsifier, don't buy it. And even some animal products do have emulsifiers in them. Do not buy them. They're not good for your gut. Definitely not. I think if glucose was 24 hours in your blood, yeah, you would actually. You definitely wouldn't survive very quickly if it was elevated high for that amount of time. The amount of glycation it would cause and damage, yeah, wouldn't be a good. Yeah, your body clears it out pretty fast. And that's why you get the hypoglycemic shock every 2 hours. So your insulin rises quite a bit. It clears out and overcompensates in getting rid of the sugar out of the system, and then people are basically running in 2 hours' time again, running to basically to feed their habit, because they are in hypoglycemic shock. They're going, oh, I feel really sluggish. I need some sugar. Where's the candy? Yeah, I see them at work all the time. So yes, it does not stay for that amount of time. I don't know why people say that I'm completely. Maybe they're not engaging their mind at that moment when they're actually saying it. Maybe they're trying to say that you're engaging the Randall cycle for that amount of time. That's true, but it's not that you basically that sugar's in your system. You're welcome. Good. Good to hear. Good to hear. I've seen many studies showing high lipolysis was present in all types of diseases. This also in people eating carbs-based standard diets through. Yeah, look, you can actually get a lot of derangements of systems. Yep, you can. It can happen. There's all sorts of conditions. People with diabetes 1 tend to have literally, they will be dumping glucose and fats in massive amounts. Their glucagon and insulin both can go quite up in that regard. Their glucagon can go up quite high as a consequence, and actually initiate even higher gluconeogenesis, which is not, it's in a deranged state, it's not controlled because there's no insulin, obviously, and diabetes 1, because that's what we're talking about. Yeah, and you can get all these sort of derangements, and that's when you get ketoacidosis, when there's shitloads of sugar and shitloads of fat in the system, and that is what is ketoacidosis. The hallmark of ketoacidosis is excess energy of both types in the system and not being utilized properly, and you're just wasting away. These people just lose weight like there's no tomorrow. So yeah, that is very much true. So that can be the case in specifically diabetes 1, but it can be in a number of other diseases. You can get derangements of the system because also you end up with overflow in the fat cells and overflow in the actual liver as well. That means these systems are so deranged, they start dumping out sugar and fat into the system. So you actually it's a derangement of the system. So it can happen, And actually even fat cells can burst as well if they are pushed to the limit where macrophage is starting to engulf them, and they can literally, it can really be a mess. Sort of those people that don't get into that state are the people that actually, the ones that get morbidly obese, the other ones that actually can produce new fat cells continuously. So they never really get into this really dangerous state, but they just become so large they can fit in on a whole bed or in a whole room, so to speak. So they keep on producing fat cells for energy storage continually. So they can be not healthy, but they can be less in this sort of state of affairs as some people are, who, especially the less fat stores you have, like a lot of people in Asia and stuff like that, they tend to get in this deranged state much quicker, and insulin resistant, and sort of diabetic. That's why the diabetes numbers are through the roof in China and Southeast Asia and countries like that, for the simple reason that they don't have enough fat stores to basically put away that excess energy and reduce this sort of state. So once you can no longer go any further, that's when basically you get uncontrolled energy sources in the bloodstream, because you've no longer can store anything. Your whole system is just fucked, at that stage, really in a mess. Yes, but it depends on your genetics. I guess if you are having heavy fat oxidation on a carb-based diet, that's a bad thing. Generally speaking, if you're not deranged, you'll be storing like mad all that fat. So that's due to Randall cycle. But but if you're in a very deranged state, a lot of strange things can happen. People can have all these bizarre sort of effects. Yep. So yes. Thank you. Can't wait. Yep, not a problem. Athlete's foot always came and go, and I drink milk kefir. And can I drink? You can actually get like a water kefir. Get a water kefir. It doesn't have to be a milk one. It's normal. It's normal. In a low carbohydrate state, you're basically, your body's not relying on, it's a protective mechanism. If your T3 and TSH and T4, all they come down. They come down. They naturally come down. And that's a protective thing for your muscles because you don't have enough sugar anymore. So it comes down. Remember, what we call the metabolic rate is basically glycogen storage capacity, is glucose's energy through complex 1 in the mitochondria. So that's what we're really talking about. But once that is down regulated and you actually do it using free fatty acid, that's a different state of affairs. Your system you can actually produce massive amounts of energy coming in, but that has to be down, because if it's not down, you'll start catabolizing your muscles. That it's a protective mechanism. It's like that peripheral resistance is a protective mechanism, to conserve the sugar for the brain and for the red blood cells and for those other tissues that need it, the demand driven. But it's the same thing with it's a protective mechanism for the muscles. And you get over time a translocation of glycogen stores in the muscle and fat stores. They move closer to where the triple geared system works of energy production into the filaments. They move closer to those filaments to basically provide that energy, the ATP. So that's what actually happens. That is fat adaptation over time. So, and this is a fat adaptation. So you get the translocation of those energy substrates in the muscles. You get these changes in the thyroid sort of at this lower grade that comes down, which is muscle protective to prevent catabolism because you're using a different source of energy. But free fatty acid goes up, so the other mechanisms of energy go up. And that's what's supposed to happen. You've shifted to a different fuel, so that's a normal thing. The only time you have to concern yourself is when T3 comes down, but TSH goes up. That's hypothyroidism. That's where you've got a problem. That does not happen in a low carbohydrate state. It never happens. Unless you've got some derangement you haven't sorted out. But generally speaking, these come down in lockstep because it's a protective thing for the muscles, so you don't catabolize them because you've shifted from sugar to fats and ketones. So you have to protect the muscles because there's a certain amount of sugar that can come off glycerol, but not enough, just enough to cover the demand driven. So then the body would have to find this is why, if you take a look at a vagoon that's actually consuming a lot of carbohydrates and very little fat, their TSH, their T3 all go very high. But also if they're not getting enough energy in terms of sugar, they start catabolizing their muscles like mad. I mean, this is well known. This was known by Walter Kempner in 1930s, the German scientist that actually did the low-fat, procedure because he didn't know about the keto diet. So this is well known, understood. That's why he recommended they eat more. He actually whipped them to make sure that they had enough in order to prevent the catabolism. But you can only sustain it for so long. He only recommended 1 year, no more. The vegans do it for more than 1 year and they really fall apart at that stage. So yeah, for them to go, oh, my metabolic rate's way up there, yeah. So you're aging faster, you're cell dividing as a consequence, and at the same time, you're basically catabolizing your tissue. Fantastic. Go Vagoon, go Vagoon. It's just nonsense. Most centenarians are running this lower grade of T3 and TSH, which is what is Ancestral, and basically is less damaging to the body. So all this nonsense about metabolic rate is more related to glycogen usage. So If you can't access fat, then your metabolic rate comes down. And, as a consequence, and that comes down for the simple fact because you don't have the capacity, you don't have any other energy source. But when you actually access fat, that doesn't happen. It goes through the roof. You've got shitloads of energy being released because you can access it, and you've got a different sort of energy. So, it's a dynamic system. I know a lot of people look at it in a very reductionist way because that's how we've been taught to think in a very reductionist way, but it doesn't serve us well. It actually confuses us. But when we understand these dynamics, certain things adjust as other things are coming into operation. And when those things don't come into operation, other things go back in the other direction. So you can think of it as a swinging between one state or another, So very interesting when you look at the physiology. If you really want to understand some of the stuff when it comes to the low fat stuff, I did a video with Pim Johnson on hers. It was the first one. If you go into my playlist, the first one that I actually discussed that issue, and I go through it thoroughly. Anyway, kefir with Dietary could be interesting. Yes, Dietary is one of those really good, bacterial strains that does suppress candida. Yes, it does. And also other pathogens, both bacterial and non-bacterial in the gut. Yes, it is that one and Bifido infantis is what cleanses the small intestine of a lot of this crap. So very important. Drank a few too many New Year's Eve. Felt like a total dog shit yesterday. Yeah, exactly. You do. Yeah. That's why I didn't do the live stream yesterday. I did it today. So basically I had people enough time to recover from their abuses in North America. So I knew that was going to happen. So I go, oh yeah, probably no one will turn up. So I better give them a day to recover. And I'll take a day off as well on the Sunday myself. So yes, exactly. You would. But she's gone now, so we can say anything. Have you heard of German New Medicine? Yeah, I have, but I don't know enough about it. And I've heard mixed reviews. But not everybody does. I've heard other people saying it doesn't work for them. So I don't know enough about it. There seems to be a placebo effect for some people. It is a sort of a psychology type thing. There is a few interventions and some psychology stuff. And there is a gut, through the vagus nerve, there is a gut brain connection. There definitely is. But I think they tend to overemphasize that than some of the other aspects. I do think that's important. That's where taurine also has a calming effect of the brain, which it can be good. And also it helps with dealing with some of the dysbiosis as well. Taurine is a very good anti-dysbiosis product. So meat with a bit of, yoga probably is a good thing, but some of their claims seem to be a bit, and probably more related to placebo than anything else. Is there a difference between getting 50% calories, 50% from meat as opposed to 100 meat if calories are equal? No, they're not equal. They work differently. Calories, yeah, don't think about calories. Calories are irrelevant. Unless you're a bomb calorimeter, unless you're a device, a machine, calories are irrelevant. It's your hormonal system and your energy flux and how that actually works. So you want to get your energy from a low deuterium source. It doesn't damage your mitochondria because carbohydrates do damage your mitochondria, and they can actually reduce your energy capacity over time, which means that you can only then take in less energy because too much energy will basically get stored as you get older. That's why as we get older, we get fatter. It's because we've done so much mitochondrial damage and we've reduce the density of our mitochondria. We don't see this in tribal people. We see them lean into old age, but we don't see this in people that have been on a sad diet for a long part of the time because they've damaged their mitochondria. They've reduced the density of their mitochondria. And as a consequence, they basically can't oxidize as much energy coming in, so they end up storing more energy. And they may be eating the same things that they ate 10 years ago, but now they've got more mitochondrial damage, they'll store more. So simple as that. So yeah, calories are irrelevant completely. It's your hormonal system, like if you're in fat oxidation and there's zero carbohydrates in your system, you can eat and you will basically lose weight in that regard. But you have to be very, very, and in that case, then you'll also get into what is called uncoupling. So when you're very low, when you go zero carbohydrate or zero fat, you actually create this, like, you start radiating out heat. You actually get quite warm, and this is not sort of the thermic effect of meat, of protein. This is a different effect. This is uncoupling of your mitochondria. So you radiate a lot of the energy away. So you tend to, which some of it is okay. Too much can be unhealthy, but that's a different thing altogether. Too catabolic. It's a different discussion altogether from what we're talking here. But no, they're not the same. Definitely not. I think I explained that before because you asked me that question, and I gave you a bit of explanation. Well, 50% calories from meat and 50% calories from is going to have a different effect. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of sugar in that. So you're talking about half your energy intake from these two sources, because they're not calories. We're talking about energy is really the thing. So if you were to basically, because in any food you're going to get a certain amount of protein. So let's say you're basically about on the 72,000, you get 1,400 to, you're talking about 175 grams of carbohydrates. You would have to drink a lot of milk to get that, because divide that by about four, what it is per. So that would be times 100. That would be like 4.5 liters of milk. So yeah, not even the Maasai drink that amount. They drink about 2 glasses, as Mary observed. Other people in the past have said they've drunk more. Maybe they drink 3 glasses, but even 3 glasses, you're only getting out of that, which is you're getting about 2.5 times 4, 10. You're getting about 30 grams from 3 glasses of milk. So they will get 30 grams of carbohydrates. That's nothing. It's irrelevant. So it's completely irrelevant, that amount. At that level, it's nothing. It's just a blip in the ocean. 3 glasses of milk. 4 glasses of milk will basically just give you, a bit more, 15 grams of carbohydrate. It's nothing. So if you have a couple of glasses of milk, like a litre, it's going to be a blip in the ocean, because most of the milk is water, So yeah, there's not a lot of stuff in that. You'd have to drink a lot of liters of milk to get enough, and most people will not drink that amount to even get to those sort of levels. So you could have a liter of milk a day with steaks and all that, and still not engage the Randall cycle, and still not have any problems, because the amount of carbohydrate, and especially if you're physically active, obviously, I don't recommend people consume shitloads of milk if they're just sitting and sedentary, definitely not. because that can have an inhibitory effect. But if you're basically, exercising quite a bit, a litre of milk is not a problem. Even 2 litres of milk are probably not a problem. Old bodybuilders used to do it. So they only used to cut out the milk when they were cutting. So they went high protein and cut out carbs and fats completely to be able to basically literally get rid of all that excess body fat that they had and lean out completely. So yeah, always think in terms of energy. It's not calories. I know we use it as a measure, but it's really in your body. It's not calories, because 1 calorie doesn't work the same as another calorie. And I'll give you an example. 1 gram or 1 mil of basically seed oil or PUFA, as an example, has 9.1 calories. So it has more, it has more energy density in a sense. Now, if you take cocoa butter, it has 5.5. So it's a butter that comes from the cocoa bean, but it's highly saturated, only has 5.5 calories. So are all fats made the same? No. Are all carbohydrates made the same? No. I mean, even in terms of calories, we're not talking about energy here, just calories. And in different bodies, the different molecules, a fat molecule in your body may react slightly different in my body compared to your body, because there are a whole lot of hormonal systems and many other things. So it's so varied. This sort of stuff doesn't really work very well. Usually, if you want to lean out, I say to people, simple, just go on a steak-only diet. Just eat steaks. Steak one day, after another day, after another. You do that for a couple of months, you'll lean out very easily. And you don't even have to count calories or anything. It's really easy. Or, yes, in that regard. How do our ancestors get vitamin D above, or they just need nowadays to fix the gene expression? Yeah, it's more nowadays. Most tribal people are between 40 and 60 nanograms per milliliter. That's where they usually are. Most tribal people that are outdoors and all that. Very few people, not that there aren't some that get up to 80. They do. There are some, like the Bushmen of the Kalahari, do get to those levels. It's probably one reason why the Bushmen of the Kalahari are so robust compared to all the other tribal people. Doesn't surprise me. They have a high protein diet, but also very high vitamin D status compared to the Maasai or any of the others. Because the Maasai, literally, they'll put out their animals and they'll sit under some vegetation for shade. The Sand people, they would go into the Kalahari. There's no cover, there's no nothing, and they would bathe their, like when they got a kill from an animal to get the retinol, because remember I said retinol. That's why they put retinol in the skin of animal, in the skin of the creams that you put on your skin. They would put the blood of the animal all over their skin. They'd rub it in all over their skin. This is what but in all over their skin. And their skin looks like red, but that's to get the retinol, in there, which is to help their bodies. So they're out all day long in the sun in that regard, and their levels are very high in that regard. But that's a rare group that's in that sort of environment. So yeah, but if you do want to silence a number of genes that have been turned on inappropriately by eating inappropriate things, or caused, issues like hypothyroidism, like Lukey had and stuff like that, in order to silence those genes, you really need to basically go up to that sort of level to basically silence those. Because at that level, all 1,200 over 1,200 genes will basically can be interacted with and affected at that level. So it's interesting. Yes. But even though we know that happens, we don't know why it happens, or, that's the other story that, as I said, there's a lot of things we don't know. But it seems to be therapeutic at that level. That's why we call it the therapeutic dose. Over 80 nanograms per milliliter, not deciliter, deciliter is testosterone, milliliter is basically, seems to have that effect. It's, I've got a lot of energy and libido from eating testicles. Well, good for you. Maybe you were nutrient deficient, and when you did eat those things, you felt perky. So, look, there's probably other, as I said, other peptides in, like there are certain things in the heart. There are certain things. It seems like people, traditional, like in Chinese medicine, people recommended eating the organ that you were afflicted with. If you had a poor liver, eat liver. If you had, because you usually get the nutrients and all that. So there is, as I said earlier, there's some truth in that. It's not 100%. You still get, even the other tissues will get some of the amino acids, some of the other nutrients. But generally speaking, if the composition is such, you should, those tissues should get a bit of a boost as well. So I think it's an indirect thing rather than a direct thing in the sort of thing. And if you're more deficient, you will feel the indirect effect more, in a sense. But that doesn't mean it's necessarily just targeting that tissue. There may be compounds that we don't know in the tissue that may go there and actually have an effect. That's a possibility. We know there are hundreds of compounds and peptides and other things in meat we don't know anything about. Absolutely nothing. So that may be the case. It may be there may be some compounds that will go from testicle to testicle. That's a possibility. Or liver to liver. Anecdotally, it seems to happen. We've seen it in Chinese medicine. We've seen it anecdotally with a lot of people and all that. But in terms of science, there's no science there to state that. And somebody could argue quite easily with me and say, well, Harry, you're saying anecdotes, or people are saying anecdotes, but it could be the placebo effect. That could be as well. Do you know, if you actually think in a positive way, like a strong man, you go, that just shot my testosterone up. I didn't have to eat anything, take a supplement or anything. I just shot just by growling or, that just shot my testosterone up. It raised it. So the possibility is that you could have done something similar, like exercise, without eating, can actually raise these things. So just thinking about something, if you're depressed, can lower your testosterone. If you're not depressed and you're more happier and more gun ho, more, flirty and stuff like that, like when you're with an attractive woman, or with your partner, and a bit of flirty and all that raises your testosterone. So you don't need to take any special supplement. So it can be the placebo effect as well. That's why, because we don't have actual science, we say, well, there is nutrients in there that can help that organ, but how much of that is placebo? How much of that is the organ? How much of that? Don't know. Until we do some real studies where we grind it up, and nobody knows what they're having. They don't even know they're having testicles. They just ground up, put in a sort of some food mixer with other things, and give them that, and one group has and one group has, and then take a test to see exactly what's happening in the two. And if there's a difference, then you can say, yes, it definitely is having something. But until then, could be placebo. John, Harry, you raise my testosterone. Gotta love my subs. You guys have got a sense of humor, which is good. Yeah, Reuteri does as well. Yeah, some bacteria do. Rhamnosus as well does. Reuteri, rhamnosus. Some strains more than others. It depends, but yes, they do. The lactobacillus ones do have a positive effect in that regard. I'm staying in a farm. So nice to have. Yeah, why not? whatever does it for you. in that regard. Ah, yes, yes, exactly. Now you know more about me, don't you? Not a problem, mate. See you on the flip side. Yeah, it was a LAN party. Yeah, yeah, exactly. We did a lot of LAN gaming. Actually, at one stage, we even did some at work, but then we were told off. Do not do. I was, how old? I was about in my early, either late 20s or early 30s. This is when we first set up the networks. We were setting up networks for what we do, our work, because we had to move. We had our own dedicated network for mapping and stuff like that, and then we had to move basically and actually produce. Because this is back when I was in my late early 30s, and we had to basically then it sort of came up and there was actually they absorbed our IT section. Um, the whole the whole workplace sort of ended up with one sort of IT area. So yeah, and then they noticed that we were actually doing gaming, and they told us off. So that was about it. We lost our LAN gaming at work. I mean, nowadays you'd be fired if you did something like that, but back then you could get away with some of that sort of stuff. So it was cool. I'm disappointed, but what can you say? In that regard, a bit disappointing. About Frankie, I'm not a Frankie again. What's it, why he always says you can get iron overload? Is it true? No, it's nonsense. He's an idiot. He's just an idiot. I'm not even going to waste my time. He's an idiot. He never actually got himself tested. I actually told him, go and get yourself tested. He said, he said he can't afford it. Then he said, I know what my problem is. I'm not going to waste my money. So no, he has never tested himself. And I think even one other carnivore actually said to him, "Why don't you go and get yourself tested?" And he didn't. So, so how do I know that he had iron overload, or he's got genetics of hemochromatosis, or anything? None of us know anything. Just because somebody claims something, so you can have elevated, liver enzymes for a lot of different reasons. For a lot of different pathogens, all sorts of things. So unless you basically check for iron levels and iron overload and stuff like that, and genetics and stuff like that, he's just talking shit. He's a waste of space, as far as I'm concerned. He's got no idea what he's talking about. And no, some people don't realize that actual taurine in meat actually has a regulatory effect on iron. Who would have guessed? So, does he know what he's talking about? No, it's in the literature. What do you think a number of people that go on a carnivore diet who had hemochromatosis actually start normalizing their levels? Surprise, surprise. Because it's better regulated on a species appropriate diet. So it's absolute nonsense. But people like Frankie will talk all sorts of shit. Any take on methylene blue for not really, not really. Uh, tell me what, from what basis, because I've heard a number of different opinions on this subject. So from what basis are you coming from? Just so I know. See you, mate. In Mexico, we used to say when someone needs to study more, Estamaro. Sorry, but great responsibility to him saying things in order people follow him. Okay. Oh, look, there's all sorts of stuff that people say and do and all that. Yes. Not a thank you. Do you think calcium is necessary to supplement? Definitely not. Actually, the more protein you take in, the more calcium you actually absorb. Vitamin D helps you absorb, but also protein itself. There's actually an experiment. They've actually done the study that shows the more protein you consume, the more calcium you absorb. So it actually is, you end up with higher calcium than rather than lower. It's actually low protein that causes calcium deficiency. So that's what the research shows, the latest stuff that they've looked into it. That helps as well. The fat-soluble vitamins and the taurine as well, because the taurine also regulates the calcium, potassium, magnesium, all the electrolytes, all the different fluids that go through the calcium channels and the sodium, all these different channels that are mineral channels. Yep, they are regulated by taurine. Need to start getting my dog on something. Yep, you definitely do. Dogs and cats do need, and some of their diets are deficient. That's why another reason why cats and dogs are getting more diseases, because in the food that they get, it's cooked, and the way they cook it in these really high intensity stuff, they degrade most of the taurine out of it, so it's taurine depleted by the time it gets to the dog. So it's really bad stuff. In my post-inflammatory problem, I'm not convinced it's because it seems just eating any food will promote inflammation response, but vagoons sometimes imply meat's a problem. It's just nonsense. It's just nonsense. It's just they'll come up with all sorts of crap and stuff like that. But most of those studies that it's all associational. Meat is basically consumed with a lot of carbs and other things. So we have to look at ancestral. When you look at ancestral people like the Maasai, the Inuit, the Sand people, or the Kalahari, you don't see any of those issues. And that really tells you something. If you don't see it in those populations, it means that basically it's never been a problem. It's the derangements we cause ourselves in the modern food environment, where we add other things that shouldn't be in the food or go down our throats. I can't remember. I don't remember. I've read it years ago. There's a sort of it's a glycosylation of specific proteins in there. So the sugar has to coat certain proteins. The glycans. Like on cell walls, you get these little glycans that have got a little sugar, and they actually signal. It has a certain signaling role, but it has another role that I can't remember now. It's been a number of years since I actually remember reading it. But yeah, the body actually produces its own fructose as well. Like it produces glucose, it can actually take some of that glucose and convert it to fructose in the liver and provide it. You don't need to eat glucose or fructose. The body can produce all the stuff you need. You only need very little. And that is pretty much for the glycosylation of certain proteins. But I can't remember the exact proteins, and I can't they do certain signaling, but I can't remember exactly some of the chemical messages that are associated with them. It's been a while since I read this stuff. But when you hear somebody saying you need fructose to glycosylate proteins, that's what they mean. Calorie restriction. But you don't need to eat it, because you can create it in your body. That's what you need to tell them. Calorie restriction is only needed in a kibbled diet. Yeah, exactly. Kibble diet is the only calorie restriction. Yeah, that's the thing. And that lowers your metabolic rate when you do that calorie restriction in a kibble diet, because you can't access fat in the same way. So it's you actually end up burning off muscle. It's catabolic. It's quite bad. So yeah, you do lose weight, but the wrong sort of weight, muscle rather than fat weight. And then you put more on. It's bizarre what people would do to themselves. Yep, it does. It does create new mitochondria. There's biogenesis of new mitochondria that happens. But they usually are clones of the existing stuff. So if they're bad, you get bad ones. So unless you create new stem cells, you don't get, so you still need to repair. You still need melatonin. You still need glutathione. You still need basically taurine to repair and heal the damage in the system, in these mitochondria and in the cells. So even though let's say you put a stearic acid in there that causes reverse electron transport through complex 1 and force and signals the cell to say, look, we need more mitochondrial density. So create more. It'll only clone the existing ones. So whatever damage they've got, it'll just replicate that. Yes, you'll get a bit more energy, but not a lot more energy. So you need still to heal. You need still to sleep properly. You need to do all these sort of things. The only way you can get absolutely new mitochondria with a cell is to create one through stem cells. That's the only way. Otherwise, you basically, yeah. So, yes, in that regard. Yes, there is. Earlier this year, I'll be making one and covering a number of points on deuterium and a number of fallacies and a number of nonsense that exists out there. So that will be an interesting new take that other people haven't heard of. So there'll be additional information. So I still need to translate a couple of things and make sure I've translated them correctly. Studies in non-English. Do you take any probiotic strains right now? Just Dietary. I've noticed some amazing effects from. Yep, exactly. I do. I'm currently doing the oral ones. I'm not doing the other ones. I did the other ones for about 6 months, but I'm doing the oral ones. Some reason which the effects have faded away over continuous consumption. What happens is your body doesn't retain a lot of the Dietary, unfortunately, and the reason is because it works synergistically. You need to basically, there's another one that's called Bifido Infantis, and there's a couple of others that need to synergistically. I'm still doing the research on that. I'm still in the weeds, so to speak, and it's sort of on the back burner, but I will get back to it probably mid-year, and is to understand synergistically how certain bacterial strains cooperate with others. So by cooperating, what they do is they keep the numbers up. One helps the other. It's like, for instance, having a buddy who helps you to stay in the game. Well, it's the same thing. These bacteria collaborate together and they stay in the game. They dominate the scene. So if I've got two mates that are with me and we can control a certain area, if there's one person over there, 3 of us here, who are you? We'll suppress you. We'll take over this area. This is our turf. It's the same sort of thing with bacterial strains. There are other strains, they're competing all the time. So, you either take it to maintain it in your body, or you basically have to do things like kefir and a whole lot of other things to basically try and get a more diverse, and hopefully that you end up getting the strains you need. And you're not one of those 90% of the people that don't have Bifidobacterium infantis or a number of the other Reuteri and Rhamnosus strains that they are missing. And because they are missing those, they work collaboratively. I had wished that obviously the company in Sweden are not going to actually put the other stuff in there, because if they do that, then your body may not need to basically be supplemented anymore. They're selling supplements, remember. This is why Necro actually started putting this into kefir and a number of other strains to try and make a sort of a mix of a whole lot of different strains, created a yogurt, so to be able to populate in a much better way. So that's what she did. So that maybe you should contact Necro and find out exactly how she did it. Oops. Yep. And and that's on the testosterone. And rhamnosus and reuteri do have an effect also. It varies with people, but it does actually increase semen. You know, so but it varies between people. Some people get stronger effects than others. So we don't know exactly why. Maybe they're actually working synergistically with some other bacteria that we're unaware of. So it's unclear, but it's interesting anyway. And so yes, Harry most certainly would have been at the front of the queue for the hemlock hormesis treatment. Uh, yes, yes. Nothing like hormesis, nothing like hormesis. I get enough hormesis. I'll give the hemlock a bit of a miss. I'll stick to basically exercise and a few other things. Yeah, it's plenty of hormesis with me and blue light interactions in my environment. That's enough hormesis. One of the animal experiments, a certain strain of reuteri actually increased ball size. Yeah, it did. It did actually. It does actually. Yeah, I think yeah, yeah, it was in one of those studies. Yeah, it does. Um, but yeah, like all things, how they translate in humans can vary a bit. So it's like the rats. You can give a lot of protein to a human. They're not going to get big in terms of height. Their height isn't going to go up or anything like that. It's just they'll end up with more muscles on their body, more muscle on their body. With a rat, on the other hand, give it a high protein diet, and it actually becomes bigger in size, actually bigger in actual size. That just shows that the same macros can actually have a different effect because of genetics in a different animal. And that's important to actually distinguish in that regard. So when we're looking at rat studies, we're looking at things like, do certain things work in the same way? Like immune stuff, there is a similarities. When it comes to the effects on muscle, tissue, and stuff like that, there are similarities. It's just expressed differently. Like women, fat distributes differently on women than men, but we're still humans, but we have a different fat distribution. And between mammals, you can get a different muscle distribution or sizing distribution, but it still has the same effects. Protein is protein. It will build tissue, you know, but it just builds it slightly different between different species, and that's where genetics play a role. So will reuteri actually have the same effect on humans? I sort of doubt it. It's not going to create mega balls like a mega sack. Now, some people, due to some genetics, may get that effect. I'm not saying that it won't. It's not possible. And there may be some synergies with some other stuff as well, possibility there. But it's sort of in the sort of unknown exactly how these are sort of, sort of things. So it's always a bit of a hard one in that regard. My father had a transient ischemic attack dip before New Year. Is there anything that I can do to improve things? Taurine. We're talking about reuteri. Yeah, he doesn't need big balls. He just needs taurine. Taurine is the best thing you can actually take after heart attack. All the research shows that heart attack or any tissue damage, like even your inner ear, if it actually sustains any damage, the best thing, they actually deliberately caused tinnitus in little rats by damaging their ears, gave them taurine, completely healed. Now, something that's like tinnitus over many, many years is a different thing that may be much harder to reverse because there's a lot of structural damage that has actually happened. It's not recent where it still can be repaired. It's the same thing with taurine has an effect. I used to have tinnitus. I don't. I haven't had tinnitus like ringing in my ears for years now because I used to be a bit of a heavy metal, sort of listening to heavy metal and stuff like that. And so obviously I used to go to bands and stuff like that, and had some damage in my ears. And so I used to get ringing, particularly this year primarily, but I did get some ringing. But actually after, and it was I didn't even, realize it. And then taking taurine, and then I go, let me look at the research. And I started looking at the research on tinnitus and actually found that, they'd actually done this experiment ages ago. It wasn't much research, but there was some animal experiments, and you had to search for animal experiments. You can't search on human experiments because they don't have any, but on animal experiments, when you do search them, because if you do tinnitus, the cause of tinnitus and stuff like that, you'll go to websites that just tell you garbage. But if you do animal, like a rat or animal experiment, tinnitus, taurine, you'll find the study. And so you have to look in the right place. You have to Google the right sort of stuff to find that stuff. And so they found that basically without realizing, I was doing it for my heart to get all rid of it. Remember, I had a lot of fibrosis because I also had the same effect like your father. A sort of a mild heart attack without too much damage, but some damage in my heart. And basically, 2018, I did a scan, zero fibrotic tissue. So that all cleared out. Now, I still haven't gone to do my other one, which is my lung one. Remember the height glassing, but that's actually come down quite a bit. It's about 20% now. The last time I checked, but I was doing mega dosing. I wanted to see now that I'm only doing, because I was doing like 6 grams of taurine. I'm only doing about 2 now. So I'm going to go back and see, have I made any traction in terms of my glassing? Has it dropped any more, or is it sort of really not? There's still some there? If there's still some there, I will have to take it back up to 5-6 grams of taurine a day. I'll have no option. I just don't like doing it because I'm lazy. You have to do it 3 times a day because you don't want to take a big bolus in one hit. So basically I may have to do that, but definitely taurine, I'd be having him on 6 grams. If he's on blood pressure meds, again, he'll have to get off them. He'll have to adjust as you go up the dosage, 1 gram, 2 grams, 3 grams, 4 grams, until he gets to 6 grams. He needs to get to 6 grams 3 times a day, 2 grams, 2 grams, and 2 grams. 2 grams in the morning, 2 grams in the midday, 2 grams in the early evening. He needs to get 6 grams in there. If somebody gets, like a stroke, heart attack, any damage to the brain or any organ in particular, you need taurine to fix the fibrosis, to remove it. He definitely needs to do that. He probably has some level of oxidative stress. I would also put him on basically R-alpha lipoic acid. So get an R-alpha lipoic acid and get it into him, because he needs to basically a master electron donor. That electron donor just will give away all these electrons and stabilize the tissue in the heart. Really important in that regard. If you can get on a species appropriate diet, even better. It's a hard thing. I, at the time, because I wasn't on a species appropriate diet, I didn't really understand that a species appropriate diet can actually stabilize soft plaque by calcifying it. So it's not a bad thing. If you look at my recent video, you'll understand what I'm saying. Happy birthday. Happy what? What are you saying, Bart? Happy frequent fly questions, or is that what you're saying? You confused me because I was on a tangent, mate. On a tangent. Yeah, happy New Year to you as well. How's Pim? How's the new diet going, mate? I hear. How's the excess steak eating going? God, hey, is old Ted keeping you in line, mate? Or is it just Pim? There goes the bloody neighbourhood if it's just Pim. Do you want to come on? Or or you just dropped in to say hello and then you're racking off? Yeah, so yeah, I'd get him on taurine because all the research shows that you need to. Do you want a link to come on? Oh, good. Okay, let me send him a link. And my invite here. Yeah, I'm only going to be here for another about 10, 12 minutes. And then I'm pulling the plug, so I'll get you into. Oh, come on. Compose. There you go. Just sent it. Should be in your inbox, hopefully. Yeah, so really you need to get him ASAP on a species appropriate diet, even better. But yeah, don't get him on a low dose. Also, a low dose of minoquinone 4, the Jarrow one. Do not get him on a high one. He needs to first calcify that area, and then we can go on a high one to remove the calcium. You don't want to go high. Thanks, mate. Yeah, you're welcome. So we'll see when Bart drops in. Yeah, he definitely. Taurine is really important. For these sort of problems, really important. Well, he hasn't popped in yet. I've sent him the link. He's got the link. I'm just waiting for him to turn up, Joe. He's probably shifting his body because he's had too much meat. Okay. Thanks. Appreciate it. Look, a number of people have told me that. They look and they go, "You look much better," and all that. You don't. I look at my face every day in the mirror, so obviously I don't really notice that sort of stuff. But you're a man himself. G'day, mate.
Hello, Harry. How you going, mate?
Bring you.
What's new?
I need to plug in my earpiece. Oops. Oh shit.
That's probably not a bad plan.
So I can actually hear you. How are you?
I'm all right, mate. I'm absolutely fucking full to the fucking gunnels. I've been eating like a mad bastard. The instruction, as you all heard, was eat as much as you possibly fucking can.
Yeah, I heard.
And so I have been. So, yep, so far, no transgressions against 100% carnivore, so it's all been good. I think it's part of the game, frankly. I think it's part of the thing that you're going to be psychologically conditioned to not want to fucking eat anymore. It's like, God, really? I've got to fucking eat again? Jesus, 3 times a day? Because I'm so ingrained at once a day.
Yeah. I'm sort of two meals, 3 times and massive amounts as well.
Right.
I actually did that. As I was saying to the guys, I'd actually come out of a fast and then I went on a meat binge, and my blood sugar went, because I actually said to them, "What do you think my blood sugar would go?" and they go, oh, and then eventually I said, look, it went down to 3.7 millimoles,
Right.
and they go, oh, okay. And then UAE Biff, because this was on the Zoom thing, he goes, oh, so there was a momentary spike in your insulin. I go, yes, but because of the high bolus, you know, and that's the only reason. But I said, you didn't feel, I just felt still energized because I was still releasing shitloads of free fatty acid to energize my system. So it was a non-issue. It was a blip.
Right.
It was a measurement rather than anything else. But gluconeogenesis kicked in a couple of hours later and, sort of normalized, actually overshot slightly, and then it came down again after 4 hours. And it's what it
Right.
does, what the body does. It's sort of, it can never, it's a sort of a merry-go-round to try and, unless you're basically at a certain level continuously, which nobody is, you never get it at that precise. Now, Robert asked me about taurine. Now, taurine in raw meat or cooked meat, look, there's no really difference. You only have, it's in the fluids, so it depends on the fluid loss. So even if you put a steak, let's say, that is raw on a plate and you have a lot of fluid loss, you're losing taurine. It's in the fluid.
Yeah.
So it really depends. So if you sear it at high temperature on both sides and prevent the fluid loss, then basically you retain more taurine in the meat. So it's actually a good idea to sear it at high temperature both, and then cook it as much as you want to, how you want it inside. I usually like it rare or medium rare, depending on how I feel on the day and what meat I'm eating as well. That's a difference. But that's why probably barbecue, like our ancestors did barbecue their meat, is probably the best way to cook meat than any other way for that shearing effect, where the other methods that you use, you can actually lose it a lot in the fluids. And if you don't eat those fluids, you can basically end up. So there's a bit of a difference. But look, it was interesting to hear you basically really get into the high protein side of things, because a lot of people sort of balk at it. But I had basically Bjorn tried it. I had also Dom from Ireland.
Yeah.
He actually did I said, you want to do a cut? I said, just go high protein. And he actually went high, started eating a lot of meat and all that. And he said, fuck, I just, in a couple of weeks, I leaned out, quite a bit. And I said, you do, because you take all the other indiscretions out, the creams.
I'm also really, really looking forward to the thermic effect. I know it's going to kick in a couple of days. Because it's already fucking 30 degrees here. So for those that work in the old money, that's 86 degrees is what it is here.
Well, I hope you take a nice bath with Ted.
Well, Ted's a bit adverse to the water, frankly. He's a bit of a pussy when it comes down to that. We've got a paddling pool set up on the deck, and so we just go and jump in that. And
okay, that's nice.
Well, it is, except that when the sun's been shining in it all bloody afternoon and you jump on it, it's tepid. So it's
okay.
Anyway.
Haven't you got a cover for it?
Nah, because they're out of stock, of course, and nothing's bloody moving until next week
that's
at
true.
least.
That's
so,
true. I had to wait for certain things to come from Melbourne. They're on the Melbourne Wharf. They, and even Hello Kitty had the same issue. She couldn't get certain things, and she was saying to me, "What's happening?" I said, "Have you checked the news?" And she said, "No." And I said, "It's actually on the waterfront in Victoria, and because of the lockdowns with the there's no waterfront workers actually out there moving the stuff around. That's why they're on restricted. They're on restricted duties at the moment." I said, "You're going to be waiting for another week," and she goes, "Oh, damn." I was looking forward to it, and I said, "It's just the way it is." It's probably the same thing in New Zealand with your illustrious leader trying to keep things from coming in.
Yeah. You mean the totalitarian state of Argenistan?
Oh, exactly.
Yeah, that's what we got going on here. I found out today, Harry, that my 76-year-old mother, by virtue of wanting to go to cafes, watch films in cinemas, and that kind of stuff, has gone and got herself bloody Jabba the Hutted. Cannot fucking believe it after everything I've said. And she's like, well, I figured I'm going to die at some point soon anyway in the next few years, and I don't want to trade in my quality of life for any extension. So she's decided to throw the dice and go. I'm like, oh, for fuck's sake, you're kidding me.
Okay.
You are fucking kidding me. Honestly.
Well, as I said to some people that have actually done it, I said to them, I can't guarantee anything. I don't know how this is going to play out. We know that in the oncology field, there was actually catastrophic effects after 2 years in some people, not in everyone, but in some people. You're really, literally playing Russian roulette with your life. So I said, what can you do? Well, you can do two things. You can make sure you get your vitamin D up to 80 nanograms per milliliter, because basically at that therapeutic level, you're going to create so much T cell lymphocyte stem cells. And the other thing is you can do is basically increase your taurine, because your taurine is going to remodel your thymus and actually make it larger and allow it to store more T lymphocytes. So you can basically send those T lymphocytes into your cells to clear out the spikes, because that's the only bloody way you're going to get rid of them. Now, how effective people are going to be with that strategy is going to vary between age, how healthy they are, how damaged their thymus is, whether they have one anymore.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of bloody things that are basically question marks on that part, whether that strategy can work or not for certain people. But it's an option, you know. There's not many other options out there. The only T lymphocytes can get into cells and clear out anything in that regard, like the spikes. So that's an option for people. But you know, she's probably going to do it a second time, isn't she? If she's done it once.
I don't know. I didn't even get into whether it was one
I
dose
had
or
one
two
guy at
or
work.
whatever.
He actually did twice. He had a close encounter relationship with Jabba the Hutt twice, and now the guy's in hospital because he's got very poor immune system. And this guy has actually ended up in really bad. I don't even know, because I haven't gone back to work now for a while, so I don't even know if Andrew basically is alive or anymore or not. So I've got no idea.
I'm
Because he was
guessing
very
it's
sick.
I'm guessing it's twice because you are not classed as vaccinated at all if you haven't had.
Don't use that word.
Okay, you know, Jabba the Hutt.
Yeah, that's it. That's it.
Yeah, but you know, it's a fact. You're not classed as having seen Jabba the Hutt at all if you haven't seen him twice.
Exactly. Yeah.
So they still won't let you go and sit in cinemas or get your hair done or go to cafes. And that
now they're talking about a booster ride on Jabba the Hutt every 3 months.
Exactly.
So
yeah, I mean, it
crazy.
It stuns me. It amazes me how gullible, how stupid, how inane people have to be to suck this lollipop.
Well,
Yeah,
the problem is, Bart. It's easier said than done, you know, for a lot of people. A lot of people. I don't blame the people,
no,
because a
me
lot
either.
of people basically are in a difficult spot employment wise and all that. And you know, I'm playing a bit of a strategy to see whether it plays out, and I don't know how it's going to play out. But you know, I'm just sort of hoping that I can hold on to my job, for the simple fact that you know, that something like the other one, the less the non the non-replicating one, basically appears on the scene, and it was supposed to appear last year, and it still hasn't fucking appeared. And it's annoying. I may have to take some extra leave to stay away from work until I can, you know, and then try and play it out for as long as I can with them to be able to access that other thing. At the end of the day, as like any Jabber method, there is a 5 to 7 year trial period to basically validate the efficacy of anything. But on paper and phase 3 trials, it seemed like not to have any of the effects of the others. Obviously, for a number of reasons. They mutated the bond so it didn't actually cleave off. They put proline so it couldn't actually go into the cell. There's a lot of things that they did to make it safe compared to the others out there. but at the same time, there's that element. But if you want to hold on to your employment, you sometimes have no option. So I'm finding
Yeah.
myself that I
So
will have to take that option, but it's the least egregious option. But I definitely won't take the others. You
no.
know, so
So either it's employment or it's lifestyle factors in some way. It's people who are prepared to rob Peter to pay Paul, I guess. People who think that it's not as serious as it really, really is, and how they think it's not as dangerous as it really, really is. And they think those of us who are saying, very, very seriously, this is incredibly dangerous. Jabba the Hutt is not trustworthy. Jabba the Hutt will quite likely do you harm at some point. You'll end up cased in carbonite and sent off to Darth Vader or something.
pretty much.
And it's and so they're going, fuck it, I want to go to the pub with my mates, or I'm an old lady whose life is centered around cafes and cinemas and getting my hair done.
I've had the same thing with some of my relatives that have done the same thing, and yeah, I mean, and so once they did it, they said, "What do I do to basically protect myself if what you're saying is a possibility?" And then I said, "Well, you need to get what I said earlier." But with all
Yep.
these things, I'm hoping that there is no other long-term effects in the genome itself, which I have no idea. I can't.
Nobody
None of
does.
us know. None of us know because it hasn't gone through the proper 5 to 7 year trial periods
Exactly.
to basically validate this sort of stuff. So it's really all up in the air what the outcome will be. I'm hoping we're wrong,
Me
truly,
too.
because there's so many people out there. I'm truly
Mm.
hoping we're wrong.
Mm.
But we're
But we're not,
basically,
Harry. But we're not wrong.
but we're following what is called the precautionary principle,
Mm.
which basically says you shouldn't basically be doing things that basically haven't had good efficacy and good testing and have been validated to be safe, because none of this sort of stuff, we know it was very dodgy in the oncology field, so that it's actually been now mass used when it was even in the oncology field, it was restricted use. It was basically, people were saying that you have to be very careful with this technology. And what do? We decide to mass use it just so these companies can make super profits and recoup their investment, because that's really what it is. These assholes are recouping their investment at our expense. And then we've got a whole bunch of governments basically mandating and saying, we're going to force you into destitution, destroy your lives if you don't comply. It's sort of crazy world we're living in.
I just hope and long for the day where they bring out the gallows and they stretch one or two necks, frankly.
I'm, the French type revolution. You're saying, yes.
Yep.
I'm not completely. I could say I have very similar. I've had very similar thoughts in recent times, because I've been so frustrated and pissed off about the whole situation. Like yourself,
Yes, I'm not adverse to the odd neck stretching
yeah.
here and there. Neck
Because
stretching can
you
be
can't
good.
do anything. You can't go overseas. You can't, you can't basically even travel within the same country.
Mm.
I can't go anywhere outside
Or
Tasmania.
or stay in a hotel or go to a
Or
pub
exactly, or
or
anything. You can't go anywhere.
yeah.
So, my dad did the same thing. My dad did the same bloody thing. He
Mm.
went again for it because he wanted to. He said, "I don't know. Same sort of attitude.
Yep.
Whether I live, I don't care. I just don't want to actually have my freedom impeded. So I'll comply and actually get around." And so he's got his little piece of paper they sent
Yep.
him. He folds
Yep.
it up, he puts it in his pocket, and basically shows it whenever he goes into a coffee shop or a thing like that or whatever. It's
Mm.
ridiculous, but what do you do? And it's hard for older people with social isolation
Yep.
and those sort of, they've lost one of their loved ones, like my dad has, and probably your mum as well. They don't have, they use these outings as social networking and getting around and all that. And people shouldn't be put in that difficult spot. to basically feel that they have to basically, do those sort of things to have a normal life. It's just fucking ridiculous where we've
Yep.
got to.
As soon as somebody says to you that your human rights, your basic human rights that you have enjoyed for over 75 years are now revoked on the basis of nonsense, disinformation, lies, propaganda, and the renaming of a very common yearly affliction, basically, is absolutely unforgivable and criminal, and the penalties for such an egregious act of war and I guess acts which are against humanity. That's exactly the sort of thing that neck stretching as a reward for so doing was. There has to be some kind of deterrent to this kind of criminality. And
Yeah,
so
exactly.
the first thing that has to happen is the world has to regain its fucking its senses. It has to regain some semblance of sanity, and it has to act together as one against this criminality and bring these criminals to justice.
Look how crazy it is, in New Zealand, that I was noticing recently when our dear friend, the O variant, turned up,
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
and literally everybody had a fit. When it's basically only hits. I mean, I did a video recently on the Hong Kong research that came out,
Mm-hmm.
and I did bag the living daylights out of, the Imperial College of London, the guys that
Mm-hmm.
started all the nonsense in the beginning. They
Yeah.
were coming out and saying, "Oh, it's the same as the other variant, and it's 5.4 times, more virulent. And if it's going to kill us all and all this, so we need to really go hard against this and all that." And now
Mm-hmm.
then the Hong Kong people did the actual research showing, no, it's not 4 point, it's 70 times. And it's actually a good thing because it's out competing all the others, and it only hits the bronchial tissue. It's it's just like a mild cold. Get over
Well,
it.
it's exactly what it is, in fact.
Yeah.
It's not like
This
that.
is
That's what it
this
is.
is this is the one in particular. The other one was more like influenza, but this is
Mm.
like a mild cold, the current variant. Wouldn't
Yeah.
you think wouldn't you think a sensible government would say, let her rip?
Yeah. But that's not what we have. We don't have
No,
a
no,
sensible
no,
government.
no. Basically, your illustrious leader wants to keep the old variant in New Zealand, and basically make sure that the new one doesn't get in there.
Mm. Which is too late because it's
So
already here.
caring. I know, but you know what I mean.
I mean, how do
But
you
this is
stop
the
something happening
lunacy.
that has in fact happened?
I know, but this is the lunacy.
Mm.
I know it's
Yeah.
already there. They can't stop it.
Yeah.
But it's. I think it's like I said to one person that actually asked me, my uncle asked me, and he's a religious person. I said, it's like a blessing from God, uncle. I think it's basically gonna displace all the other variants, and so that it basically they'll have less justification, even though they are trying to make out saying all these other big things. But I think if this becomes, it'll just become background noise. They won't be able to justify anything after that. So I think it's a sort of a blessing in disguise. But until it basically becomes the dominant and the regular one, and it becomes just like a common cold sort of symptoms, it's only then that these fucktards are going to basically shut the fuck up and stop annoying us, because I'll have
They're still
no.
not going to, though.
Yeah.
That because they have another agenda. They have another plan.
I know that, but it will be much harder to basically maintain that. That's what
Yeah.
I'm saying.
But what they're also there for going to do is when, not if,
if the
when
death rate isn't as high as the previous variants, mate, it's much harder to justify. See, if you look at the death rates of influenza, there have been years of influenza that are even higher than what we've got now,
Of course they have.
than we've had it now. So it's complete nonsense. But with the new type, it's going to be so low that it's going to be very hard to be able to use the same propaganda. That's what I'm trying to say. But it doesn't mean that they won't, but it's going to be much harder. But this is
Yeah,
where
but what they
we need
will
to do a bit
do
of pushback as well.
exactly, and that's what we're failing so
I've
far.
said to people, I've I've always been more of a centrist in my political leanings, and I've, sometimes on some issues I'm centre right, sometimes I'm centre left. On some issues, I'm more of a centrist in generally my thinking. Very eclectic, but I basically don't really ascribe to any of the real parties because I believe in direct democracy. I believe that sensible people can make sensible decisions, but that's a different. I've discussed that other times, but I've said to
Sensible
people,
people are the minority.
I said I will basically be voting for only minor parties or minor groupings that basically are stating quite clearly and openly that they're against this nonsense and want to end it. So, and I've said to people, you only vote for them. If you need to basically move away from the major parties and say make a break and say, I don't, even the parties that I'm actually going to vote on, the groups I don't actually agree with a lot of their other policies. I'll be honest, I don't. But on this issue, I'm so welded that basically, it's a make or break for the level of our liberties the way they are. And the encroachment that's been happening, at least some of these parties also are talking about some of the other issues as well, because the major parties are basically, in Australia in particular, they've been bringing in certain legislation to be able to look into people's emails and all these sort of stuff and whatever. It's sort of as down. If you want to basically do it for specific groups, they say, oh, because of the terrorists and all this. And I'm going, that's bullshit. They'll use it on everyone. But the thing is, they don't want to have to go and get a court order. So basically they want to be able to, use, there's a couple of, organizations that are involved in information gathering that basically they want to give them a free hand. And it's all part of the Five Eyes, which is New Zealand's part of that. And the Anglosphere is part of that primarily. So US, Canada, UK, Australia, New Zealand. Pine Gap's one of the major things. I mean, most people don't realize that Pine Gap spies on the American population, the British population, and then the Australian government actually hands that information over through the intelligence network and vice versa. That's how they get around their legislations, through that method, by having others, their friends, their partners, spying on each other's respective population. Now they want to basically go next level. They're basically to take away all that facade and literally move in on basically being able to spy on anyone at any time or whatever, anything, or your social media. It sounds like very similar to what China's doing currently, isn't it? They are spying on everything. They're looking at every information. They're basically also rating you as a good global citizen or not. It's the same thing, social credit score. And what is it? Even the Australian government says now we're gonna basically require legislation and require that certain social media groups ban certain things, or take certain action, or whatever, or provide us information on these people. So basically, they are literally through legislation demanding all this info. Wasn't that actually what the Chinese government was saying to basically Google and Facebook and all these other companies, that they want that information of their citizens? And Australia's doing the same thing right now. And you go, what the fuck is happening in this country? People just don't realise how many rights are being ripped up to shunder in the last couple of years in this country. And probably is happening similarly in New Zealand and Britain and a few other places around the world. Rights are being stripped away like mad. I mean, in Greece, for instance, they brought in legislation that said anybody over 60 who hasn't had a close encounter with Jabba the Hutt can be fined, and fined every day. I mean, basically putting these people into destitute or basically into complete bankruptcy. She's crazy times. Crazy times. I mean, crazy times. What's happening out there? It's bizarre, mate.
Yeah.
But anyway, getting back to your meat heavy eating. So obviously you're gonna give it a strong go for the next 90 days. Are you going to incorporate any exercise in that as well, or just eating meat?
My instructions are not to markedly change my exercise protocol as it
Okay.
stands,
Just
which
to see
is
what the effect
very,
will
very
be.
minimal anyway. It's
Yep.
very
Okay.
minimal exercise. I do a few body weight resisted things around the house. I've got a chin-up bar I use.
Yep.
I do dips off a bench sort of thing. Most of my exercise is with my left forearm, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Because I'm left-handed, for those that don't get the reference there. So there's that.
You can see he's holding the pen in the left hand. Yeah.
Yeah. So most of it's wrist action around that. Those are the muscles that are most often used in my body, frankly.
You know what they would have said in the Spanish Inquisition? Heretic.
Nobody expects that, though, do they? Nobody. Yeah. So, no real huge changes on exercise. The huge change is obviously in effect, it's basically increasing for a period of 2 weeks anyway, for the priming phase.
Yep.
It's increasing my intake of meat and fat by about 6 times of what it was. And then after this 2 weeks, then the instructions will be something different, and it all leads to some extended fasting by the end of the 90 days for the cut and strip off at the end, as it were. I've got the before photos that were taken the other day, and I'm looking forward to seeing some good results at the end of it. I have trust in what
you will.
Yeah, I'm sure I will. I have trust in what I'm being told.
Yep.
Raymond is getting great success with clients invariably, so there's no reason to think I'm going to be any different in that respect. I've committed to doing the thing without transgression for 90 days. I've got 87 left. And the interesting thing about it is day 90 of this challenge is my 50th fucking birthday. So that'll be interesting to see.
We're not celebrating the old-fashioned way, are we, on your 50th?
Well, it seems that after 90 days,
well, you put all the effort.
Yeah. So it'll be, maybe we'll have some meat juice, literally meat juice, instead of, pretend, whatever. I don't know.
Or the other thing is you can get Pim to contact Hello Kitty and ask her for her treats that she makes for me sometimes.
Right.
the recipes.
Some kitty treats. I like some kitty treats. Yes. All right. Good. All right, then. Anyway, I better go and throw myself in the swimming pool because it's
not a problem. Gotta enjoy yourself.
Fucking hot. Yep. And I just thought I'd drop in and say Happy New Year, motherfuckers.
Yeah, thanks, mate.
The FAQ, frequently asked questions, Harry, is what that was. Only when you say it like that, FAQ, you can say Happy Fucking Christmas or Happy Fucking New Year or Get Fact or
My mind was elsewhere because I was actually answering a question. So
yeah, I saw that. It was as funny as fuck. I mean, it was as funny as fact. It really was. Yeah. All right, boys and girls, stick around. There'll be more happening. Live streaming will be coming back to you very soon. Once Pim and I, get our shit together and get ready to start that process again. There'll be interviews coming up on the channel. I've got quite a few interesting people coming up that I'll be talking to. There'll be some more reviews of things, including one I could give you a spoiler on now if you like, actually.
Yes.
Well, no, perhaps I can't because maybe I need permission to share my screen or play a local video.
Hold on.
I'm going to just try this play a local video and choose it. Here it is here. See what happens when I do this.
Yep.
Right? Now, if there was a magic pill that I could take today that would eliminate type 1 diabetes, I swear to you, I would not take it. I would not take it because I don't want to get rid of type 1 diabetes.
Did he really say that?
Yes, he did.
Fuck me. What a cockwomble.
And there we have an absolute outright admission that what's important to this fuckwomble here is his bottom right hand corner.
Exactly.
And nothing else. Woo! Anyway, I'll leave you with that.
That is bloody crazy.
I'll leave you with that.
Yes.
And
Anyway,
we'll see
that should
you
be
all, boys
awesome.
and girls, probably sometime during the week once we're finished
Definitely.
getting our
Thanks
shit
for
together.
dropping in.
Not
Regards
at all.
to Pim, and
Will
happy
do.
New Year to her as well.
Alrighty.
Hope things go better. And if people haven't actually subbed to the Meat Militia, why the hell haven't you?
You should, because
let's get it over 1,000.
yes,
It's down in my featured, in
there
the
you go.
featured stuff. Just go down
Yep.
there, you'll find it, and click on it.
Yep.
Do
I
it
think
now.
the last time I checked, the Meat Militia had 996 subscribers. So that'd be great to get that one over.
We only need a couple.
And then
Come on,
that'll
people.
be another monetized channel, which is always good in terms of safety, diversity, and yeah,
exactly.
All right. Thanks for your support. Thanks for that, Harry.
Take care.
Good to see you. Glad you made it through the crazy season, and we'll see you in a week or so.
It's been wild.
All right.
See you, mate. Take care.
Ciao.
Anyway, back to me. And we're up to 4.5 hours, guys. So I'm going to pull the plug shortly. I'm just going to go quickly through, see if there's anything that has to really be answered. Nope. Most of the comments and all that. Yep. Most of you guys are making remarks about all these sort of stuff. Anyway, that's fine. And yes, he's gone. Should have put that later up there. Oops. That's the one I'm trying to hit. The haha at the end. And I'm clicking on other things. Anyway, lost the plot. Anyway, thanks, guys, for being here. Appreciate it. I'm going to pull the plug now. And in about slightly less than 3 hours from now, there'll be the Eurasian live stream. So that's not too far away. So I'm going to pull the plug now so I can go and make some food and go for a little short walk, relax a bit, and then get back to it. So thanks for being here. Appreciate some of the gifts, the New Year's Eve gifts from some people. So thanks for that. Appreciate it. And take care, guys. If I see you later on, great. If I don't, I'll see you next week. And we'll be back to the regular time and day slot of Sunday. So we'll be back then. Wasn't too bad, but obviously I can't do this on a regular sort of basis. I will allow the Zoom stream to run a bit until tomorrow. So I'm not going to bother it as well. So that'll run. So midday today, later today, if anybody wants to go back into the Zoom session, it'll still be running. So you can actually just join there, chat with whoever you want. And that will actually run until Tuesday morning tomorrow, and then I'll end it at that stage because I do need to use some of the tools, the recording tools, to be able to do the screenshots and stuff like that. So to start doing a bit of content creating in that regard. Yes. Oops, wrong button again. Yes, that boy will be turning up later today. Definitely. See you, mate. Thanks, Richard. And thanks for your support as well with the Zoom thing. Richard, appreciate it a lot. Kept it all going for the whole week. Thanks a lot. And yeah, thanks, Neff, as well. You too have a great day as well. And get your dad on taurine and get him also on alpha lipoic acid. He needs to get both. He needs to stabilize that. If you can get him on a more carnivorous diet, even better. Get rid of the seed oils or refined sugars, and that would be great. But if you can't, it's really hard to stabilize. The only thing that actually can stabilize out of a carnivore diet, out of a low inflammatory diet, is basic. You have to be on a low inflammatory diet to calcify that sort of stuff, to stabilize it. There's no other way around it. That's probably the only effect that the positive effect that for 1 year, that basically what it does is rapid calcification and also has a slight anti-inflammatory effect, and that's a statin. I don't recommend them because they're so damaging to the mitochondria long term. But if he's the sort of person who's on a bad diet, he's not going to change. He's not going to change. 1 year of that together with ubiquinol, the reduced form, to basically, because he won't be getting enough of that, and eggs may be something to basically at least stabilize that. Go and check the video on the calcification one, and then be able to clear it with high doses of menaquinone 4. I'd prefer that he doesn't do the statin thing and he just does the diet to stabilize that stuff. But sometimes it's very hard with people. Short-term use of statin can be useful for stabilizing. Long-term isn't a good thing. It can cause cancer after 7 years potentially. I'm not claiming that. That's what the LA veteran study showed. That's what I'm saying, the potential risk of that. But short-term can have a stabilizing effect as long as you take high doses of ubiquinol to basically get the coenzyme Q10 that's not being able to produce. Yeah, it's not something that I recommend, but sometimes, when you're dealing with people that are not willing to transition to a different lifestyle, it's really bloody hard. How do you stabilize their soft angina, their soft plaquing, because they end up with very small calcium droplets, and it just creates a situation where you can get a rupture, between death and taking a short-term statin. You got to pick your options. You got to pick your worst, what's worse in that regard. So yeah, but if you can get him on a more species-appropriate diet and away from seed oils and refined sugars, that would be the best way to go. If hopefully, anyway, I'll leave it at that. Bruce, Carnivore cookies for dessert. Thanks, mate. Not a problem. Take care. Anyway, see you guys and see you later. I'm out of here. And Happy New Year as well to everyone.